Alright, hello everybody. Hopefully this is working because I literally came in like within and set this up with 2 minutes, but hopefully y'all are enjoying your time as me and Sin here are once again, like thank you Sin for coming in such a short notice, as we're going to be bringing you the playoffs because we actually already seen the end of the qualifiers round. Is that correct?
Yeah, we're gonna be seeing the last few rounds of BO1s, and before we get into the finals, actually, this is the semi-finals and the finals.
No, the BO1s are over.
Oh right, all of this is BO3, right?
Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay, for our, they're not showing the matchups that we have for today yet, but yeah, there it is. For the first quarter, we have Write Your Story versus Team Gao. Quarter 2, HLT and Ian, can you do 3 and 4?
Yeah. For quarter 3, we have Sky versus PPD, and for quarter 4, we have FCMN versus WG. And moving on, like, as you see, like, here's the Vamping rules as how it works here is different comparing to IBL, and hopefully it's working because adding a stream delay means I have no clue, but yep, it is working. So yeah, today we're going to be seeing probably more strategy, seeing that there'll be more Survivor and Hunter bans. There will be round 2 and round 3 no matter what. So yeah, we're gonna it'll definitely be interesting to see these teams who played a lot of BO1s finally move on to BO2 and 3.
Absolutely. Now that we're having global bans, especially, where it's gonna be interesting to see what kind of strategies and how survivors will conserve their units, because we're probably not gonna be seeing people pull out their rescuers or their super strong and tanky survivors that they plan to reuse on their first 2 picks anymore.
All right, let's
we're probably
introduce
gonna be
them.
seeing
So for WYS, you have Gnaf, Izunahaha, Happy, A Hong Yue, Moru, Xuanfu, and their hunter main, which I already remember their name by now, is called Zahuo Shangjuehuo, Pro Peddler, who have not played Peddler so far.
Let's hope this time they play Peddler.
Maybe.
Alright, for Team Gao, I think this is like the 5th time I've introduced. Is it? No, it's been a lot of times, but we have Plam, Shom, Nam, CKIV, Hui, Mikukana, and Taylor Swift.
Yeah, so about with these two teams, one thing to note is that they've definitely gone through like different rounds, because Write Your Story won 3 matches in a row and made it with a 3-2 score, or 3-0 score. Meanwhile for Gao, they like made it all their way and fought all their way here. They were like 3 wins and 2 losses. So meaning that they definitely had to make a fight to even be in this playoff. So this will be like a battle with 2 teams with 2 different paths.
Absolutely. Here, yeah, I'm here. For Team Gao, even though it's similar to Write Your Story, wherein they got 3 consecutive wins, it's still unfortunate in the fact that they took 2 consecutive losses in their first 2. But now, whoever loses here is out for good. So let's see whichever one of these teams can keep up their current winning streak.
Yep. As you mentioned, both teams are actually fighting on equal ground right now. So Write Your Story will be up first, and they're going to be opting to ban the Magician and the First Officer immediately, or rather pick the Magician and First Officer first, because as we can establish that Magician is very in the meta. We've seen it commonly in IPL, and it's also like commonly played in the BO1. So yeah, not just surprised. And Bomber getting rid of, and Bomber does make sense and is decent in this meta. So let's see what Write Your Story teams are selecting, and it's gonna be Psychologist and Novelist.
I think the Embomber ban was more so because of the fact that it's moonlit rather than now, because we've mentioned that he's Thai centric, but on first round it's not quite going for a tie is not quite what you want. As much as possible, you want to win an advantage on the first half.
Oh yeah, definitely. So moving on here, we're going to be having, waiting for the hunter. Like, they did have novelist and psychologist, which are potential gravekeeper, or rather, the Goatman counters. So we'll see if Plum here does play Goatman. And one thing to note is that yesterday, the hunter that hunted yesterday was Siam, but today it is Plum, a different hunter. So let's see, would they have a different strategy with a different hunter in play?
Yeah, perhaps we have them, and perhaps they've swapped around the hunters for this time in order to essentially avoid running out of a specific hunter's pool, especially with the hunter global bans now. And I'm not sure if their choice to run through first officer on BO1 is the best, considering again, yeah, we are seeing a shadow pick actually though.
Yep, the Shadow. I think I recall Plum has played the Shadow on Moonlit before, but Moonlit Shadow is actually like not the best. As I think, like I mentioned this quite a bit. And the thing is that Magician and Officer are very good picks against the Shadow, because both of them can use their items to kick Idra off them after they got leeched. So this is one thing that would be potentially bad for the Hunter. And the Hunter, my best pick is the Novelist, seeing that the Novelist gets countered here.
Yeah, since the Novelist can't farm pages without getting directly countered by the level, the scare counter, it's just difficult if he is on the direct kite. Since none of them are supports, it's not as though they can help the Novelist either. With the flywheel and tide on the Novelist, he's definitely gonna be the first chase, and if he manages to kite longer than 3 or 4 ciphers, it'll be difficult for him in endgame.
So now moving on here, we are seeing that he's going to be spawning between the Magician and the Novelist. So the Magician can, in theory, take the first kite, seeing the 4 stop is a weaker kiting area. But the issue behind that is that, as I mentioned, the Magician wants counter the Shadow here. So in theory, the Shadow will have a harder battle with this team comp specifically.
Yeah, once the Novelist is out, even though she can still chase the Psychologist, she's gonna have a tough time with both the Magician and the First Officer. And considering how large the map is, without being able to properly keep her leech on the other 2, it'll be hard for her to place down a bunch of Ostracons and chase them down. Use the scare in the middle of chase.
So we're going to be moving into the match between Write Your Story Survivor versus Team Gao's Hunter with your caster Invisible Joan and Sin. Wait, are we unmuted? Let's check. Yeah, we're
Seems
good.
like we are. Yeah.
Alright, continue. So moving on into the game here, so we can see that he'll be heading straight towards the Magician, Hydra, hanging by the Magician. Actually gonna leech him, but Magician not going to be using his wand here, but actually he's going to be taking a lot of corruption level and end up getting hit over there, or with 100 Hydra, so 100 corruption level. So that is actually a bit of blunder on Magician's side, because as I mentioned, in theory, the Magician is very good against the Shadow, but the thing is that the Magician trapping himself in the corner over there and then not using the illusion straight away after getting leeched definitely gave us a lot of chances.
Yeah, that's a big... Yeah, getting so much corruption, getting looped and tricked by the Shadow here. Actually, that's a great play from her at managing to get that down super fast. If we're looking at the Cypher progress, none of them are... We've only got around 2.5 ciphers combined.
Well, but the thing is that for this, like the Hunter, it's very good for the Hunter. On the Survivor side, it's going to be very hard. It will be very hard though. Their biggest probability is for the Magician to do a rebound kite, because the Magician does have the trait of the chair. But so let's see how will this Magician, and the Magician must make this kite count. But considering that that there's also Blink in play here. He has to be very careful, and he's already at 53 corruption level. All it takes is one leech and then one more like revelation and he'll be gone. So let's see how will they make a camp. Going to be leeching here. Goes for the blink here. Magician going to use the illusion, but still ends up getting hit. And now this is not good, Sin, because there's a full presence. The shadow, like a full presence Ivy is very terrifying, having the ability to get an instant hit on whatever survivor he teleports or she teleports onto. So currently this is not looking good for the survivors at all, because like the ciphers are beyond enough.
Yeah, not only that, first officer, who is already at half health, managed to get the leech. I'm not sure if it was a good choice here to not use the long distance heal, but since the novelist is around to rescue, that'll put a little bit of pressure off the first officer as he can remove the Ostracon. A good use of a metaphor here, but now he won't be able to farm another one anytime soon.
I think just now he teleported to the wrong Ostracon there. So let's see right now if he can find the magician. It seems that he does not find the... Oh, yep, never mind. Still gonna see a magician. But he then lost his biggest chance is to use the 40 corruption teleport onto it. This is gonna give the magician a bit of a rebound kite over there. So let's see how this Mikey play. A revelation missed over here. It's just going to the magician, looking to stall for more time. But as I said, I feel like Plan gave up chances there because he could have instantly got the farm down or TP down, but now he's just forced to wait out here.
Yeah, there it is. Because of that one missed Ostracon teleport, now this is actually giving the magician a steady chance to rebound. This is better than the previous rebound at least. He's managing to make it towards a pallet, and
yeah,
the Hydra isn't putting her... Yeah, there it is. She's putting her leash on him, and he goes down, but now the ciphers are decently done.
Yeah, now it's the 3 survivors that are all full health, fighting for one cipher, and so considering that the ciphers are pretty scattered apart as there's the psychologist ciphers, the tree at the other side of the map, it's going to be very hard for the Ivy to like do a field control, especially since they also nerfed the shadow, where it takes like fewer seconds for the Ostracons ready to get destroyed. This means that after the shadow leeches, after a while she must teleport, or else the survivors can just go berserk and rush in to break it.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a thing. And now after teleporting to the other Ostracon, she gets a hit on the novelist, since novelist has failed his flywheel. And if we note here, novelist is actually the only... Yeah, no, novelist doesn't have borrowed time here. First officer is the only one with borrowed time out of the remaining 3.
Yeah, so the novelist going down. The novelist going down here definitely is going to hinder the survivors a bit, but he's actually going to go out and disrupt the psychologist and field control. I feel like it could have been better for him to focus on the novelist, since the novelist had no borrowed time in play there. So I think that is the Shadow's plan, is now he's going to go back to try and pick up the novelist. But can the novelist self-heal? Nope, not being able to. And with that play though, the ciphers are going to be enough eventually, unless the Shadow wants to do a field control by dropping the leech Hydra onto the first stop, which, let's see, probably going to be dropping and trying to increase the Ostracon to use before endgame. So, yeah, currently it's still, I think it's still anybody's game, but I think right now the question is if he can abuse the fact that Novelist had no borrowed time, which he should have known because Tide Turner and Flag Effect have been used by him. So here, gonna go for a farm here, let's see what happens. Novelist looking to run out, but can he? No, still going to be going down. And right now, like, the plan can ignore the Novelist and go for the first officer to force out a watch. First officer must use a watch here, but instead it's going to be taking a normal attack, which can prove to be dangerous. So there is a bit of free chance here, but Plum here will have to go back and pick up the Novelist, because that's his best bet, and that's why... Oh, but the survivors can easily counter that play with the help of a Psychologist Empathy, though. So the chance here right now is if the survivors can pull off a body block this time around.
Yeah, especially since first officer has borrowed time, if they manage to pull off the body block here, that'll be a massive advantage towards them for endgame, so that the Novelist doesn't have to stay down once it's time for the Cypher to pop.
Alright, this one is very crucial. Goes for the blink hit, misses the survivor, or rather I think hit the first officer, so the survivors are going to pop there. I feel like the Shadow definitely got a bit too aggressive over there, or rather, because I feel like she could have played this a bit slower and tried to get the scare. But now instead, he's going to pressure the first officer. But the Novelist is dead on chair. Maybe we better to deal with the Novelist first, because there are a couple of Ostracons to work with at the back gate. He's going to be teleporting onto the first officer, gets to down the first officer actually, and unexpected, but this sort of opens the gate for the other two to exit, so that's why Indra is going to or rather the Shadow will teleport back to try and get the Psychologist down while camping the officer at the same time.
Yeah, and this is the specialty of the Shadow. She's able to essentially be in two places at once because of the teleports. She's gonna be able to leech back onto the survivors and teleport to them and just control overall the field. Although her plan to prevent the gate from being opened using using her
Watch out! 100 corruption!
Shadow might not work well. Yep. There it is.
Alright, well, Novelist is out, but the question is, can the Psychologist leave though? The Psychologist is sort of stuck at a weird spot over here as she got chased away, but I feel like just now it might be better. Oh, never mind, the Psychologist did not get leashed just now. So the question here is, does the Ivy know where the Psychologist is? And yes, Ivy knows, so this is good. And actually I felt like the Novelist could have like considered to try and instantly leave over there and not allow the Ivy to put in any like Ostracons near the front gate. So the Psychologist is gonna get hit here, and let's see, can she crawl? But I don't think she can. So this is going to be a 3-man elimination in BO1, Sin.
Yeah, honestly, amazing Shadow from Team Gao here. Sometimes the patience really shines, her not teleporting too hastily around the map and just overall getting that down. That down on the first officer was most crucial, even though the Shadow wasn't able to kill the Novelist, which was dead on chair. At least she managed to get out the Psychologist and the first officer.
So right now, the thing we are dealing with right now is that with that 3-man elimination, things are definitely not looking good for Team Write Your Story, seeing that their Hunter will be looking at the same thing. And honestly, as you mentioned, the down on the officer. Oh my gosh, we were showing our own screen the whole time, and I knew something like this would happen.
Oh man.
Yes, so for whoever was in the chat just now, sorry. The annoying thing when you do stuff your own is that you always forget something. Ah well. Okay, well at least I'll remember to fix it next game. So basically, for those of you, basically what happened just now is... Yeah, make sure to go back. Yeah, no, I'm just telling everyone in the chat. Yeah, so basically, just now, like, I think they can check NTT screen for what happened. But anyways, basically the thing about that is Officer going down there and allowing himself to get 100 corruption teleport there was detrimental. And in the end game, you do not, against Ivy, you do not give up any chances for free hits. And that is exactly what happened over there. So, yeah. So, the first officer just gave up the crucial, because the thing is that if the survivors are very careful in where they position themselves, the Ivy would not have a straight chance to teleport onto someone. But because of that free chance given out, it just like snowballed, and the survivors were stuck in a weird position where the Hunter can free man.
Yeah, absolutely. Positioning is very important here when it comes against the Ivy, because you don't want to be in such a good spot that if the Ivy puts an Ostracon there, you're essentially going to struggle the kite, but also at the same time, you don't want to get stuck out in the open with an Ostracon on you.
Yep. So we're going to be moving in the second half, and this time I am going to swap straight away before I forget. Anyways, so yep, seeing that Team Gao already achieved a 3-man elimination, Team Gao is actually very relaxed right now as they only need a tie. And one thing that we recall by now is that they love to use wacky survivors. Like this is what
Honestly, this is good. Mm-hmm.
they love to use wacky
Teams
survivors.
go.
So we have journalist and embalmer over here, and maybe we're gonna see painter because I think I remember by now Team Gao loves painter.
Yeah, the Team Gal's Taylor Swift loves to use Painter here, and honestly, I think Painter is their comfort pick. We're seeing an Archer ban from Write Your Story, actually.
First of all, the peddler pro here, doctor. I guess to potentially counter any hermits or any like goatman picks over there. So peddler
Yeah,
pro,
especially.
what would he play
Mhm.
here?
Honestly, Peddler Pro can still play a bunch of other hunters. Like, I Opera Singer stands a decent amount of chance here, but then her issue would be the map itself.
No, Opera Singer works because this map is one of our best maps, and actually in this meta, Opera Singer is also better. In some cases, are better than the Hula Baloo as well.
Yeah. Both of them are currently viable against this team comp because Doctor would struggle against Doctor would struggle a bit against Hullabaloo because having to stand still for so long gives the Hullabaloo, who's extremely fast, the time to catch up and get a bunch of marks on the survivor. But we're actually gonna see a goat man.
But Goldman in this team comp, this might
Goat
be a
man
bit
against
of
this
an issue because the
team.
Doctor counters Goldman very badly because, like, the thing is with the Doctor is that after you hit her, while your attack recovering, she can always guarantee to self heal. She just stand there and self heal and will self heal back, and then you hit them, and then she self heals a quarter back, and then this will be like infinite loop until the Goatman can like have enough resentment level. So here, Sin. I don't know about you, but this is a
Mhm.
very interesting spawn selection here from Team Gao.
Crowding up so close against the goat man isn't the best choice because at least being far from each other forces the goat man to use cages to get to another survivor and waste resentment level that way when instead he could use it for chase. But grouping up like this, being so clumped together allows the goat man to save more resentment level.
Uh-huh. So let's see what would the Goatman's choice be here. What would the Goatman's choice be here? Doctor? But the Goatman cannot really chase the Doctor in theory, so probably he'll have to try and march his way towards the Painter or the Embalmer, depending on who he's more confident with, because the Doctor can act as like an infinite tank, and Goatman hates tanky survivors. But though, like while we're speaking, the Doctor was actually in a weird place of the map because normally we just don't see spawns like this, and Doctor is arguably at one of the weakest killing spots in the map.
Yeah, without a stable kiting spot to actually support the doctor herself, there's still a chance of the doctor going down. Perhaps the goatman is confident in his raw chase skills and forcing out the survivor managing to use the cage. Perhaps we'll still see that, although I do think the goatman will go after the painter instead, since the embalmer's coffin will be a large problem for him later on.
Uh-huh. Moving into the game here, Peddler Pro will be marching his way towards the Doctor here, but I'm not sure if he's trying to actually chase the Doctor because considering Doctor can self heal. It does seem like a very accurate cage here to instantly hit, and that's actually very fast hit in the game, Sin, because if you look around, the ciphers had not even been touched due to their weird spawn selection. Oh, barely misses out a swing here. Doctor is able to self heal up, and the Painter is also in the vicinity. If it seems to me that they are immediately going for like a whole camping and whole battling type of approach. But would that pay off though? Because the ciphers will be at a stance and the Painter ends up getting hit, and Peddler Pro here can ignore Doctor, go for the Painter, but instead going to be chasing after the Doctor, but the Doctor self-heal back once again. Though I think the thing is, oh my! You,
Oh my gosh, a terror shock!
the thing with that, I was about to say the thing with that is that you cannot get terror shock, and then this happened, and goes for blink the hand, down goes the painter, and we're literally talking about 1 minute in the game, and Cypher only had 1 Cypher in total, and they're 2 down already. Like, I don't understand it for Team Gao. Like, this is a very aggressive approach out of nowhere. Their spawn selection was weird, and then their plays was weird, having the painter to come in, and then getting a terror shot, everything was weird. It's like, for this game, Team Gao has shown a very different style of playing play that's not working for them at all.
Yeah, absolutely. And with the cage around the chair, it's gonna be super hard for the survivors to actually get the rescue out. For Doctor to pull off a rebound kite here. There it is. There it is, another terror shock on the Doctor. She's unable to get the cage without getting hit, and she's gonna go down around fourth stop.
Yep, Doctor's gonna go down, but then fortunately there is the embalmer. So with the help of the embalmer coffin, there's a probability for the Doctor to like wait for the invincible time to wear out and then self heal, and that will probably be the last chance the Doctor has to kite. So, but let's see though. Doctor's gonna be hiding here, waiting. But unless he manage to evade Peddler Pro, like the Hunter, long enough. If he can evade the Doctor long enough, this may be a different story. But here, gonna get busted. Goes for the swing, fly effect here. Unfortunately, still not able to kite this one out. And Doctor's going to be going down and sent back to the manor. And we're only talking about like 2.5 ciphers progress in total, and we already have 1 sent back to the manor. This is not looking good for Team Gao at all, and this might be potentially a format elimination.
Yeah, and honestly, I think the embalmer's choice to run closer towards where the Doctor wasn't exactly the best idea, because it gave Goatman a better idea as to where Doctor could have been. Good cage placement here, blocking off the pallet, managing to get the embalmer down here. And since he no longer has a coffin, this will be quite troublesome for the survivors to actually rescue, since they'd either have to meet up and heal the painter, or the journalist will have to stop decoding and go all the way to the embalmer.
Yup, so let's see what is going to be happening here now. Journalists hanging around here. The fortunate thing is that there's a possibility for journalists to pull off a relatively safe rescue. But the unfortunate thing is that safe rescues are not enough because they need to have a massive rebound kite. But asking an embalmer to do a rebound kite is going to be very difficult though. So let's see, journalist rescue goes for the swing here. Embalmer has to do a long rebound kite, but that will be very hard as the journalist goes down and the embalmer like location gets well known here, and now the embalmer is going to get chased. And because the thing is that the Hunter having blink, it will also be very hard for the embalmer to kite this one out unless he can evade the blink.
Although I think this I think this cage placement might give the embalmer a little bit more leeway. Although he goes down here with the help of a coffin here, at least it prevents the painter from needing to come in personally and rescue. But the issue is the journalist is still vulnerable to that, while the embalmer is still with the invincibility shield.
Yeah, like even the embalmer having to respawn here, it won't help do him much good because he still has to deal with the swing hit. And yep, there we go with the down. Embalmer will be sent back to the manor, so the survivors should play. They will probably have to cut their losses and play for a 1-man, but that is if they can play a 1-man in this situation. They still need half a whole cipher, and they already have 1 on the ground. And Painter's also in half health too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and there it is with both of them either downed or on half health. A cage here from the Goatman prevents the painter from actually vaulting the window and going down, and so the Goatman has actually switched to the peepers instead, and with the painting around the window itself, will the Goatman be able to drop down the window? Unfortunately not. He's being forced to use another cage to chase the painter. Actually a good choice, although he will still go down.
Yeah, but actually that's considered a win for the Hunter. And like baiting the painter and going down. So, there we have it. So with that, Write Your Story is going to be winning the first round from 6-3 with Team Gao. And honestly, I just really like looking back for Team Gao. I would just like to question from their spawn selections to how they played. The spawn selection they picked weird, having the Doctor spawning at the weakest spot, one of the weakest spots in the map. And even to the game they played weird, having the Painter into assist. I thought they wanted to have the Doctor drag as long as possible, but it didn't happen. And to that Terror Shock, it was like for Team Gao, they made too many mistakes, and Team Gao's Hunter definitely did not let them get away with those mistakes.
Unfortunately, Team Gao's Hunter was just 1 kill away from allowing them to catch up with that mistake. And because the even though the Doctor's initial kite was going well, using the heal to stall out as much time as possible, that one unfortunate terror shock gave the Goatman the pace that he needed to steal that 4K.
So currently, Write Your Stories in the lead, and for Team Gao, they have to step their game up. Should they lose the next round, they'll be out of the tournament for good. This is not a situation where they can still like fight it back in the next game, as we're in the playoffs round already. And Write Your Story here, the Hunter doing amazing performance, pulling at the 5-0 is proving to everyone why do they deserve to be here.
Yeah, absolutely. Team Gao's performance as survivors this match is a complete opposite to what we saw from Team Gao last time, with the masterful positioning from their team, managing to place circles around the hunter, forcing him into chasing one of the worst kites possible. Perhaps Moonlit just isn't their best map.
I mean, Moonlit is fine. It's fine if they just did the normal spawn points. You know, like having Embalmer spawn at 2-story, then maybe Doctor at 4-stop, or Painter at 4-stop, and Doctor at 1st-stop, and Officer at first stop. Like literally, if they had, or Journalist at 1st-stop. Like literally, if they did the standard picks there, it would have been decent enough. But them being that aggressive and having such a unprecedented and weird play did not work for their favor.
Absolutely, it's just the weird plays were their team synergy had a lot of potential, with the Painter being so close enough to give the Doctor support, and the Embalmer being able to whisk away whoever gets chaired because of the close spawn points. It's just they didn't play it well enough. If they wanted to spawn close so that the Embalmer could get marks on all three of the other survivors, they just didn't rotate out well enough, and then they collided with each other, as we saw with the Painter and the Doctor at the very start of the match.
Yep. So we're moving on into the next round here. So Write Your Story is ahead. Let's wait for a bit. Yeah, we're back. So Magician, yeah, there's no Ghostman because this is Team Gao's Hunter hunting Plam once again. No Ghostman to play Chord Psychologist, bring on the tanky survivors here, but we might be seeing a potential opera singer or Hula Baloo, depending on who Plam is more confident with.
Yeah, we also have to note that there's no more shadow play here available. So two of the Goatman, one of the strongest chase hunters, and just honestly in general hunters nowadays in today's meta, is out of the question, alongside one of the map control hunters of today on such a big map like Lakeside. Opera Singer is definitely a good choice here because her speed allows her to be around everywhere on the map fast, even though she doesn't have any teleport or like extremely fast movement abilities like the Goatman using his cages or the Ostracons.
Yup, so now let's see what we have here though. Coordinator, Psychologist, Knight, Aeroplanist. Yeah, like the Aeroplanist is to prevent any potential Hula Baloo. And for the operas, but I feel like Opera Singer might be better here because Opera Singer can chase the Aeroplanist and Psychologist too, and maybe potentially Excitement Core too. So Thin, like who do you think is better here? I feel like Opera Singer is better in this scenario, maybe.
Yeah, opera singer is definitely better, especially since, as we've seen before, Hullabaloo hasn't exactly been performing the best. We've barely seen him in this tournament nowadays, in this tournament, and I haven't seen him be played much after the nerfs in other tournaments.
Yeah, oh, but
Oh,
Hula Baloo has been played here. Hula Baloo actually is much weaker in this meta, as we have noticed.
mhm.
That often it gets released in build 2 and might also get free escaped on. So let's see how well is Plam's Hula Baloo over here, as Plam will be looking like here will be aiming to try and gain like more points to assist and reverse the 6-3 score that they already had.
Mhm. I think Plum in general is is a really strong hunter. We've seen it before, and let's hope we see it again. What another three kill for Team Gao would be enough to set their pace here, as long as their survivors can redeem themselves and get the tie so that they don't lose this second round.
Mm-hmm. So let's see with this spawn selection, Hunter probably spawn at the left here. Probably the court will have to take the first kite. And one thing to note is that the survivors does have 2 tied, but there are 2 survivors without borrowed time. So this might come back to get them in the later when the ciphers are done. But let's see how this play off as the court will have to make a run for it. And I do wonder what trade does Plan bring, because normally we see peepers, but in this match we also seen a lot of warp hula baloo comparing to abnormal hula baloo, which we've seen a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. Honestly, I think the normal Hullabaloo is better, but for such a map as big as Lakeside, running through the trapeze way too quickly in order to get around and pressure the ciphers with the abnormal makes sense why they would choose warp over it now. As long as the chase, as long as the first kite goes down fast enough, having no abnormal might be fine.
I mean, yeah, but abnormal actually in this meta, the reason why we don't see a lot of hula baloo abnormal was because hula baloo's chasing is weaker and he can get transitional kited. That's why it's not the most preferred tactic, and we see more of like either excitement or peepers or maybe like warp just to assist their kiting. Anyways, I'm your caster, Invisible
Mm-hmm.
Joan. Joined by me is Sin, and we're gonna bring you the match between Write Your Story with Team Gao. Wait, let me check real quick. Yep, we're good. Right off the bat here, Plam will be heading straight towards the court as we predicted. I cannot exactly see what is the trade, but hold on, already have a dry ice mark, and let's see the second one. Abel have to declare now one more pyrotechnics, and the court will get damaged. So the court will have to find a good opportunity to use that flare gun, because I have a feeling that is excitement being brought here.
Yeah, at least since it's not the red mark that's already on her, she might be able to actually use the gun to
Yes,
stall out
excitement.
time or at least force out excitement. There it is.
Oh, but tries to go for a double mark technique, but unfortunately failed there. And this is going to buy us quite some time for the coordinator, as the coordinator will be looping around, like going merry-go-round around the shack, trying to just like prolong the cut as much
Hmm.
as possible here. But hold on, like Hula Blue's close. 1, Kirin still 1 mark. 2, only the Clay not able to vault through it. And we're talking about 70 seconds in the game. Down goes the coordinator. So 2 ciphers, which is fine for both sides. More in advantage of the Hula maybe. But with excitement gone, Hula Baloo has no more chasing ability to use later. So they'll have a like weaker mid game. Especially right now, Plum did not know that Izana like went for a rotation and did allow him to get very close towards the chair.
Yeah, but honestly, this is fine for him because the excitement doesn't do much against the aeroplanist. Once the coordinator is down, there's once since the coordinator has already used her flare gun, there's not much else to use her. Not much else point in excitement here, even if it's on cooldown.
Well, actually, just now that was a very good flywheel effect from the aeroplanist, negating his damage
Hmm.
and ensuring his kite though. So this brought back some of the momentum, but currently though, Though I feel like it would be very hard for the survivors to try and play for a free escape or to play for a tie. But hold on, like there are actually 2 survivors in the vicinity. Both the knight and the psychologist are here. I'm not too certain why. Maybe like they just have a bit of a traffic jam situation. But as the rescue is going to be coming into play here, we can see that the psychologist will not be trying to body block because it will slow down their decoding speed, and the coordinator would be on her own to just buy out as many times as she can.
Yeah, honestly, it's fine for her to go down now with Tide Turner since there's only 2 ciphers remaining and the second to last cipher is already almost done. With excitement and no map control related abilities, forced to swap to teleport here. And airplane is that shack which has already been used up by the coordinator here. So let's see how the aeroplanist uses. Unfortunately takes a pyrotechnics ball and goes down.
Yeah, aeroplane is not able to kite out there is going to be a bit unfortunate, considering that was also where the last cipher is. So psychologist is going to try and rush it though, but Plan will be dropping airplanist, instead goes after the psychologist, which is a bit of a like aggressive play. Let's see what it pay off. Oh, goes for it, tries a double technique, did not work out there, but let's see, the psychologist just dancing here, dodging there, but did stand at the wrong direction, so the psychologist would be going down. So, but the good news though is the airplanist likely will be able to self-heal himself back up and maybe going for a rescue potentially, because with Hula Baloo you cannot get free hits that fast, and Hula Baloo is also cannot pick up the airplanist. So the best bet here is to see if the airplanist can do something and drag off the psychologist in half health.
Here it seems that Plam actually knows what the plan here is for aeroplaners to self-heal right in front of the chair and get the rescue off. Perhaps he's trying to get the actually picks up the aeroplanist here, and with the chair so close nearby, Nope actually struggles free.
Yeah, I think he sort of knows that that he had to get out over there, and Hunter knows that the knight is coming in, so that's why I'm gonna go back. And because psychologist is already over half, so it's fine by allowing that struggle free. But let's see, Trapeze and going to be using pyrotechnics to silence, forcing him to go rescue here, knocking down the knight, and unfortunately not being able to pick up there. Maybe for the Hunter, the moment he realized the aeroplanist is back in the vicinity, he should have ignored the knight on the ground and ignored the psychologist and go for airplanist instead. But let's see though, can he catch this one out? Is able to get the down here, so knight will be chaired here, though it's still anybody's game because the psychologist and airplanist had not made it towards the gate yet. So now it's going to be a mind game and the question of if Plum dares to teleport and how well does he judge everyone's positioning.
Yeah, honestly, we see that one of them is waiting on the dungeon. It looks as though he wants to check by the dungeon first before he goes to the gate, because yeah, the gate will probably be open for a one escape, and he doesn't mind that. But with Tinnitus here at Garrett, basically the Hunter knows that there's someone waiting for the dungeon. There it is. He spots the psychologist, and this will probably end in another 3-kill for the Hunter.
Yeah, it'll be very hard for the psychologist to make it out, considering he still needs to wait for the knight to be sent back to the manor, and there's no way for the...
but here we're... Yeah.
But, no,
here we're seeing, there she goes down, actually, yeah.
I was about to say that there's no way that the aeroplanist will make in time, but Hunter going to be teleporting, but that does open the door for the psychologist to crawl towards the dungeon. The psychologist crawling, can she make it though? Like, this might come... No, I don't think.
No, she's too far.
No. And the dungeon would not have opened anyways. Yeah, just now, like, he teleported back because he was afraid that someone would go and drag off the knight. But the thing is that if someone indeed dragged off the knight, because psychologist is dead on chair, he could have just chaired the psychologist first, teleport back. Like, if someone got rescued, teleport back to the gate, and then he's likely going to be eliminating one more. So it would be better than TPing with psychologist on the ground anyways. But yeah, that's amazing 3-man elimination performance from Team Gao. So and with how fast that down was, bringing the excitement to target the court. So the question now is if Team Write Your Story can do the unthinkable and land a free man or more again.
Yeah, there it is. Now Team Gao just has to make sure that they don't get that they at least get a tie so that they can secure this round and extend their chances here. They absolutely do not want to lose round 2 because otherwise they will be out.
Yeah, they definitely do not want to lose it out. So 1 to 3 here. For Team Gao Survivor, they only need a tie in order to advance, or rather to win the second round. For Write Your Story, if they get a 4-man, then they're going to be instantly winning. And if the 3-man, they're still in the lead. So, I think for Team Write Your Story, maybe they should play for at least a tie first. Because if they get a tie, then they're still considered in the lead heading to round 3. But if they get free escape, then Team Gao has officially turned the tables in the head and be in the lead. So for Team Gao, maybe play for a tie and have at least a round victory first before.
Yeah, honestly, I think they should just play stably as they have been. We haven't actually seen them play that much stability centered team comps, but on such a big map again, let's hope they don't fall for the same pitfall that happened on Moonlit where they didn't utilize the amount of space that the map has to force the hunter to walk around and find someone and focus on them instead.
Yeah, let's hope for them is that they're going to be a bit more cautious in choosing where to spawn and their style of play, because as I noted, their style of play at that round was a bit weird, if you ask me. So one thing to know is that for Team Gao, there's not going to be a Goatman this time around. So we're likely going to be seeing Hula or Opera Singer most likely, depending on who Write Your Story is more confident with.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, like honestly, 6 to 3, 1 to 3. It's good that Team Gao got 2 3-man eliminations, but now it's back to the survivor's turn to also shine, because in this game, in IDV, one faction shining is not enough. You need both factions playing at their best.
Yeah, absolutely, especially because it's no longer the fast-paced best of ones wherein the second half only needs to at least secure the amount of points that the first half needs to actually secure the win. No, now they actually need to be a bit more cautious. We're seeing a mechanic ban. Oh,
Something happened there. Never mind.
yeah, something happened there. But we'll be back soon. So let's just give them a moment.
Oh yeah, yep. Never mind. But back to it. Like, because seeing that we're in the playoffs now with BO3, there's also global bans in play here. And the good news for Team Gao is that they no longer have to deal with the Goatman, seeing that happened. So,
Mhm.
so
But honestly, in terms of the yeah,
but no, so that they can like deal with the more like sort of hunters that are not as strong as Goatman for now.
yeah, that's definitely something good for them. But what Team Write Your Story can do in terms of the ban picks, what Team Write Your Story can do here is actually ban the painter because we haven't seen Gao's Taylor Swift play much else other than the painter. And if the painter is banned and unavailable, there won't be we'd have to see them force out something else.
Mm-hmm. So moving on, Mac will be banned here from Peddler Pro, but Peddler Pro no longer has the Goatman as in global ban. So no Shadow. I think I do recall seeing Peddler Pro playing the Shadow though. So the question is now what? Because this opens the gate for both Opera Singer and Hula Baloo, which in this meta, like in terms of pure data, are stronger than Team Gao, are stronger than the Shadow. So this is one thing that Team Gao must put in consideration when they're picking their survivors.
Mm-hmm. So now we're actually gonna see We're gonna see them choose Explorer again. They seem to want to choose Explorer here and Psychologist.
I mean, Explore actually makes now the Shadow ban makes sense because Explore hates shadows and can play Heart of Seek if played right. So yeah, Psychologist just to tanky up a bit, but Opera Singer might be a bit better here. So they have to probably prepare for any potential opera singers. So that's why they probably want to go for some more like thick health survivor maybe. But oh, Painter! It seems the
Mm-hmm.
team guy really loves the Painter a lot, Sin.
Yeah, no, I think Painter is just a comfort pick for Team Gao here, and rather than forcing themselves to fit into meta, they're just playing into what they know best.
I mean, it works out as long as you win. It means that you're doing something right.
Mm-hmm.
So
Now we're seeing a mercenary ban,
yeah,
and
they're
they're still
queuing.
lacking a stable rescuer.
Oh, so I guess they're gonna have Ford to act as the stable rescuer. The good news with this team comp is that the psychologist can ensure Ford's safety if something happens. A bit overloaded on stun aspect. Maybe the Peddler Pro here can go for Excitement Opera Singer or Hula Baloo. Maybe Opera Singer would be better here because in this meta the Hula Baloo definitely got nerfed by a lot. And Opera Singer might be a bit more stable in terms of trying to get a tie with.
Yeah, definitely, especially since it's hard for the hullabaloo to get quick downs where it matters, especially on big maps where you need to spare a lot of time to get around to find another survivor and just control the ciphers in general.
Yup, so we are going to be heading into the game soon. So let's see. Okay, Painters. His personal thing that Painter has bots 9 and 12, which is broken windows and flywheel effects. So Painter goes suicide, I assume. And oh, Nyashi would be screaming at this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, now we're actually seeing Peddler Pro play Peddler for
I
the
mean,
first time.
we should expect this, right? It's literally in the name.
Mm-hmm.
Peddler Pro, 杂货商绝活. I am a peddler main, so of course I'm gonna pay. Surprise, surprise, peddler. So the thing about peddler is that her pros and cons are all both very common. Like she can do anything, but at the same time she can also do nothing. It's like the thing with that is she can do anything and nothing at the same time, dependent on what she has. So let's see though. Painter is like this is a more open map, so there will not be that much space for the Peddler Pro to collect the mineral. I'll check it's called mineral affinity to pass through walls. So it should be relying a lot more on the nature affinity with the vines. But as a person who tried playing Peddler, I can tell you that Peddler vines is a bit hard to get tie survivors down, as the survivors can completely juke it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's extremely hard to control. From what I've heard from mobile peddler players especially, it's really hard to control the vines. It's a little bit easier on computer, but still, without being able to use the mineral affinity as consistently as she would like to on the map like this, it'll be hard for the it'll be hard for the peddler to actually do much.
Yeah, and I can confirm you if the mineral affinity I just checked. So yeah, remember if Write Your Story gets a format elimination here, it would be instantly over. But anyways, I'm your caster, Invisible
Mm-hmm.
Jong. Joined by me is Sin, and we're gonna be bringing you BO2 second half between Team Gao Survivor and Write Your Story's Hunter.
Yep.
Alright, we're going to be heading into the game straight away. We can see that Peddler Pro already collected a metal affinity to have the speed boost here, and we'll be marching towards Taylor Swift's Painter. So early game, the Painter does not have a painting just yet, so we'll be relying on Raw Kite. As Peddler Pro here will be hot on the tail, and let's see, does he pass through the wall here? Yup, Mineral Affinity, there it is. And Painter's out in the open, but we're going to be heading in a quick pause. But before, based on this positioning, it's very likely that the Painter is about to take a hit over there because the Painter choose to loop at the back of, towards the left of the window rather than the right. Because if he looped to the right of the window, he could have possibly played around the pallets at the shack, but by going to the left, there's nothing there, and he's just opening the gate for the Peddler Pro to pass through the wall and get a hit straight over there. But we're back into the game now, so yeah, actually, the Painter might even make it, but we can see that he's going to use the Mineral Affinity to take a normal attack, half a health damage, and now this Painter's in not a good position, Sin.
Yeah, absolutely. The Painter getting stuck on that wall there was one of the worst. Excitement there, and now the Painter should be going down. Unfortunately, not to the Mineral Affinity, forcing out a basic attack.
Yeah, the 4 is here though, but I feel like it would have been better for the 4 to come harass. 4 wants to go for a stun rescue and hope for the Painter to do a rebound kite, but I'm not I feel like it would have been better to harass because just now there was no stun over there, but now he's going to chase after the Painter. Is able to evade it, and that's what I was talking about. The vines is very hard to aim. And now the Painting, and let's see, will it be added by a forward stun? Not quite, because I thought that the forward would add a stun on top of it. Gonna go for the vine once again. This time Painter not being able to juke, and down it goes. And we're talking like 2 ciphers in the game, and the Painter would be a second chair. Though the good news of that is that because of the Painter's trait, the Painter still has a full chair time, meaning that for quite a... they only need to send someone to prop Tinnitus, preferably the Psychologist or the Explorer. Then they can safely decode a lot of cyber progress outside.
Yeah, although if they send the it's not very easy to send the Psychologist to prop Tinnitus because of the wanted order here. So alongside that, Explorer might still be looking for another page.
I think it probably would be the Explorer.
Yeah, there it is.
The Explorer probably would dig it to 99% or 98%, then not come out and just stay here and prop Tinnitus. So that Peddler Pro here would not know what to do, but he has to be careful in his positioning though, because he did give away his position. But Peddler Pro is not going after him. I think he may be afraid someone's going to go for backward rescue, but be careful there. Oh, he still has one more Mineral Affinity. The Psychologist is also here. The Psychologist aids the vine, and then Explorer pulled that one off. So they did pull that off, but they did take 2 extra damage. So they did expend some health to try and get the Painter to rebound kite. So now let's see if the Painter can rebound kite this.
Yeah. After the first vine is a miss, although the second vine is available here and being mind gamed, the Painter will actually go down, which is not that long of a rebound kite considering all of the costs that they took to actually pull this off.
Well, to be fair, they did got the Psychologist back in full health, and the Explorer would be very hard to find though, so this is not bad, because they are total 4 ciphers in total, but now the Psychologist will be taking a kite here, and the key is how long can the Psychologist last, but hold on, there comes the vine, Nature Affinity, can the Psychologist dodge it? Yup, it's able to, but it's still in a bad position, and let's see though, it's gonna be taking a hit, so the Psychologist will be making a dash towards the shores, because that's far away from where the ciphers are, and actually the ciphers are about to be enough, because Explore Page and for decoding one, so let's see how long can the Psychologist last, but the ciphers are likely gonna be enough there, Sin.
Yeah, unfortunately, is not able to time the flywheel to get the pallet vault, or at least dodge that hit out there in the open. So she goes down right in shores, but that's fine because the cipher is already primed.
Yeah, but one thing to note is that the Psychologist has no borrowed time, so, and also it's going to be very dangerous here. But hold on, forward eating that vine actually works because the Psychologist has no borrowed time, and the survivors know they have to pop straight away because or else like this would be a whole disaster. So let's see, Psychologist kiting around this one single palette because the mineral affinity there placement was a bit off, and it did not help him play around this palette there. So let's see. Oh, this time goes for the vine and is able to get the down here and did bot some time. But the thing is that I don't think it's sufficient enough for the survivors to escape. So I think right now the Explorer and the Force shouldn't even be at the gate in the first place because it's clear that the Hunter might teleport. So that's why the 4 is coming back to prompt Tinnitus to make sure the Explorer can get out, but the Explorer is also still in danger. Uh-oh.
Yeah, the Explorer is still in danger, but this
Oh!
opens up the chance for a backdoor rescue to still secure that tie that they need. The Explorer goes down here, but since the Peddler no longer has teleport, at least this secures one of them going out if they go to the other gate.
Yep. Unless they try to go be greedy here, but let's see. 4 propping Tinnitus from afar, probably to bait the Peddler into like not going out. As the Psychologist will making a dash towards the gate, and Peddler Pro right now does not know where the survivors are, so that's actually a very good hide from the 4 because this is giving the Hunter pressure, because the pressure of the unknown, not knowing where the survivors are, as the Peddler does not dare to be too far away or else he might get sneak rescued on, and so the Psychologist can get out. The question is if the 4 can, and that's going to be the mind game of the positioning, which currently the 4 is like doing a very good job hiding from afar. Just the question is, can he make it towards the other gate before teleport's ready?
No, he used his football earlier to get to the chair with the Psychologist. Maybe teleport. The forward will probably be able to get to the gate before then, but the issue is
12 seconds. 10, 9, 8,
10,
7,
yup.
6, 5, 4, 3. No. 3's
No,
a couple seconds
unfortunately
behind.
not. Just barely. Just barely. That's a good awareness of the trait cooldown here. Perhaps they had someone actually do the countdown and then they could have predicted how long it would take for the forward to go there, but either way, that was incredibly close. If the Peddler got that teleport up using a vine, the survivor would be going down.
Yeah, so honestly, I feel like both sides had chances in the end, but in the end, Team Gao, they actually played it way more safe in this round compared to the first round, and they just did not give out a lot of chances. Also adding the fact that Ford did a very good job in hiding, and because Tinnitus never propped over there, Peddler had no clue where the forward was, and thought that the forward ran in a different direction, and this gave enough fear, installed enough fear on the Hunter to go back and just camp around the chair, which gave them a tie. So that's actually some very nice decision making from Team Gao endgame, giving them the second round win, and Team Gao might still be behind right now, but they definitely bought back some chances to try and win.
Yeah, absolutely. Even though they're still a few points behind now, the gap isn't that big, and all they have to do is gain a 2-point advantage in the third round to avoid overtime. If they can take two, two, three, 2, 3 kills and three escapes respectively in the next round, they should be able to win this here.
Yeah, but about overtime, there's no chance of overtiming because Write Your Story is already in lead in terms of points. So for Team Gao, it's a Team Gao must win the third round or else it's over. So here's where we're at. Write Your Story and Gao each won a round, but because Team Gao has already Write Your Story is ahead in terms of points, so that means in the next round, as long as Write Your Story ties, they're gonna win. It's Team Gao the one fearing over here because Team Gao must win by 5, however points 5-3 or whatever, in order to win. And remember, there's no second chance. There's no more second chance here. It's just one chance or nothing. So let's think about this though. Is that we are looking for a map and heading in the third round, the hunter picks. Like here's the thing with these permabans and all is that the hunters is a good test of the hunters' character pools because moving on to the third round, you're going to be losing 3 survivors or 3 hunter picks in total, 2 that you already played and one and 2 that, or rather, you're going to lose 4 hunter picks, 2 that already got played and 2 that already got banned. So this will be a very good test on what character pool that you have, because if your character pool are very limited, then in the third round this might be very detrimental, as we're going to be seeing Syrian Anti gets banned here, and I would reckon that Opera Singer and Goatman might get removed. Sin? Sin?
Hello? Sorry, my Wi-Fi died.
Oh no.
So currently I'm on my phone, so my apologies if my microphone sounds a bit bad,
No,
but
it's
as
okay, it's okay. It's fine.
we're getting into the band picks, we're seeing Goatman and Opera Singer band from Team Write Your Story, which isn't bad at all actually.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, like I did mention that just now. I thought it would be these two, so now it will be a good test to see what does Plam still have. There is a Knight and the Barmaid being selected. Knight is actually very good. It's gonna give Team Plam here a lot of pressure. As a painter, Write Your Story is like pulling out a painter on their own too. I'm liking this. So now they're probably going to the last one, Prisoner. Plam is picking a hunter that does not like to get Cypher Rush. I imagine maybe a camping hunter question mark, because camping hunters does not like to get Cypher Rushed. So it might be some camping
Yeah.
hunters like Bonbon or Galatea or whatever here.
Yeah, but the issue here now is that we're actually seeing the archer come into play, and pair that with the barmaid and the knight who can get decent harasses off successfully, and the barmaid can give, if it's barmaid who is rescuing, they could pull off the insta Dovlin trick so that by body blocking another time, that could guarantee a full health rebound from the rescued survivor.
So right now, let's see what would the hunter pick be here though. Like if they pick Bonbon, then this might discourage the survivors into come and rescuing, because Bonbon being buffed. Bonbon is a very strong camping hunter, adding the fact that his camping game also got buffed in this meta. So let's see though, as the countdown is getting lower and lower here as they're selecting talents. I think Bonbon is possible for Plam. Disciple might not be the best because Knight counters Disciple, and actually I'm liking Write Your Story team comp. It looks very solid with like no particular weakness. So, oh, would you look at that? Plam is like, you play Peddler, I play Peddler, so it's my turn to play Peddler. Peddler against this though, I think the survivors might have an advantage in theory, because like Peddler, this is a lot of combating ability, and Peddler's anti-combat, like yes, she does have her mineral affinity with the stuns, but it's not a lot comparing to some of the other hunters.
Yeah, compared to how much this team counters the other hunters, Peddler is at least a decent choice regarding today's meta, especially since they might just simply not have Bonbon in their hunter pool, since he does take a decent amount of practice and a decent amount of timing to play.
But oh, let's see, Flywheel Effect. Yeah, Flywheel Effect is decent against Peddler. But oh, when you look at that, Archer is the one with Tide rather than the Knight. Here the Painter will likely be taking the first kite. And actually, as we noted in the last game, there is a possibility for the Knight, or rather, for the Painter to go down fast against the Peddler, because Painter is very weak at the start without any paintings. So the Painter will have to be careful in how he position himself and do not run it, like put himself in a position where the Peddler can easily pass through the wall.
The painter needs to be careful about what kinds of palettes he chooses. If he chooses to go for a long wall, he's essentially giving the peddler an open chance to use the mineral affinity and just phase through the wall.
Uh-huh. So, moving on. Like, we're gonna be heading into the game soon. I think for the painter, I actually, if I recall correctly, painter brought fly effect, but it might be borrowed, or rather broken windows might be better. But I think it's 50-50 against a peddler, because peddler can really just do anything. So they're going to be relying a lot on the archer in this game around, because the archer can give some good assist. But anyways, I'm your caster, Invisible Jong. Joined by me is Sin, as we're going to be bringing you the live action between Write Your Story and Team Gao.
Yup.
Alright, heading into the game straight away, plan will be, instantly taking the metal affinity, marching the way towards the painter, who probably knows he's taking the first kite, because painter is dashing straight into the front gate ruins. But plan will be making a U-turn here and trying to catch someone off guard, but no one is in this direction. So early game, like he's walking the corner side, but no one is there too. So early game, this is not looking too good, because he did waste a bit of time doing nothing.
Yeah, he has wasted a lot of time. He's struggling to find his first target, and as we're seeing, the ciphers have already reached 30% progress. He's found his first target, but this he's found his first target, that being so close to Shaq and not yet having a mineral affinity might be a bit of an issue for the
Oh,
peddler.
goes for the vine. Can he? Oh, unfortunately, no. Like, literally getting the stun and not getting the stun was literally the difference between night or day over there. And Archer will be taking the kite here. So let's see. Oh, Metal Affinity goes for the swing, misses though. And the painter is also here, but this time is able to get 2 stuns at the same time. So, and excitement will be in play here. He's hot after the archer's tail, but tries to go for another mineral affinity. This time misses, so this would give the archer a chance to kite even longer, seeing that the painter is also in the vicinity, and currently, the peddler has nothing in her hands, and even the barmaid is going to be in play here. So now the question is, can peddler get the hit over here? Is able to get it down, so this is very bad. The survivors having three of them here was to make sure that the archer gets regen, but that ruined their plans entirely. So, like, if they pulled that one off, they would have been in a winning position. But now this is back into like a tie position, and we can see that peddler is cheering at this side of the map. But I feel like he could have just cheered at the center and harassed the painter away from that cipher too.
Yeah, that was definitely a better choice, especially since that cipher doesn't have as high of a progress as the other ciphers. But I guess it makes sense that the peddler wouldn't want to chair there, since it would give the archer a decent place to rebound kite off of. When she chairs here, at least it makes it harder for the archer to find somewhere with no more arrows left and with the vines to counter any fast distance.
Oh yeah, well, the knight definitely tried to assist, but unfortunately not able to help, and down it goes. But actually, this is actually back in a decent position because of how much resources the survivors spent into. We can see that currently all the survivors are all chipped in like very, very badly though. So hold on, there are 2 survivors over here, and I think right now they're trying to save the barmaid. But hold on, actually Painter came amongst all this mix. For the downside though, is that for Team Write Your Story, they're having everyone here. They're having literally everyone doing everything, and the ciphers were a standstill. Like, I recall it was 2.5 ciphers when the archer first got chaired, and now we're talking about the archer getting sent back to the manor, and it's only 3 ciphers. They only done 1 cipher amongst all that time frame. So this all of a sudden puts them in a 50-50 situation into a potentially losing position.
Yeah, this is an overly supportive team comp, and while that would have worked out if they managed to ration out their cipher progress decently, we're seeing the barmaid go down in record times, and none of the ciphers have any considerable progress.
Yeah, that definitely. So, yeah, like, I really just want to question if piling everyone like that multiple times is worth it. Oh, but Painter actually pulled out a football. But the thing is that Painter might not safely rescue because there is still one mineral affinity left, and that's Painter knows this. That's why the Painter does not dare to get too close. And now it's already over half. So yeah, like I really question. The start was good, but the survivors overextending and being hyper aggressive definitely came back to haunt them right now as they are not in a good position. Oh, hold on. That's a very, very good strategy over there from the peddler also, like stunning and then like getting the chip and then boom, instant field rescue. Now the knight is also gonna get chased down. This plan is showing like, well, your team has a person called Peddler Pro. Too bad I myself is a Peddler Pro.
Yeah, absolutely. This just goes to show, even if the team comp is relatively strong against the peddler. Ooh, this wall placement here might be able to counter just nicely. Goes down with a chip, and the peddler is going back to the painter here. It's just the painter doesn't have any resources to kite anymore, and with the pallets here used up, this isn't exactly the best route.
Yeah, but to be fair, Painter doesn't have any resources to begin with. Maybe better staying that ruins, but now, oh, we can see that. Look. Like Plam here tried to use the vine, but that was what I was talking about with mobile peddler players. Is that literally it's very easy for the survivors to juke you by running into narrow and tight corners. But let's see. The knight is the last survivor standing on the field. So let's see, can the knight make it? Because currently, Plam doesn't seem to have any idea where is the knight. So the knight can possibly try to heal the painter back up.
Yes, but now after checking the corner near the dungeon, all the peddler has to do is go back to the painter in order to spot both of them, with neither of the self heals being online and one full cipher still being missing. There's an extremely low chance of them actually getting even one person out here.
Yeah, but let's see. Oh, painter down. Like, in order to get one person out, the knight will have to do some very impressive hide and seek, but I guess they decided that it's unlikely, so that's why they're going to surrender. So yeah, like, Team Gao coming out with a peddler on their own. If Nyashi is here at the stream, Nyashi would be screaming. He would be like so excited that he would be declaring that Peddler is the best hunter in the game and just fangirling live on stream. So thankfully he is not here. But but yeah, like honestly, I just feel like back to that question. Why like the cipher progress, them having everyone rushing in, was that the best idea? They gained nothing from it. And between the Archer first chair and Archer's elimination, only one cipher has been decoded in the entire time frame.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just their early game was, even though their plan early game could have worked out well if that body block went through for the Archer, because the Archer went down before the Dovlin saw any use, that put all three of them in a bad position, since the painter was unable to go back to decoding his cipher with the Archer and barmaid being so close around, and with the barmaid having no premixed Dovlins left so to actually do anything, and was just honestly generally bad in terms of cipher progress right in the early game, and it was hard for them to come back from that.
And honestly, if you ask me just now, like, if I recall it correctly, when the barmaid got downed in the ruins, he actually did have a Dublin, but because she only got a quarter health of damage, she did not want to use it, and wanted to save it. But her decision to save that Dublin wine came back to haunt her, seeing that she got instantly mineral of like the rock explosion and then a hit and down. And honestly, I just want to applaud how well the plan played that, especially with his mineral affinity in particular were very accurate, always landing hits on multiple survivors. Like, that was amazing usage of mineral affinity, and she played Peddler as if Peddler is like a complete god.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially that use of the chip hit on the painter during that rescue in order to properly stuff it. Even though both of the survivors tried to use flywheel to counter, like the knight and the painter tried to use flywheel to counter the explosion in the end game, it just didn't work out for them, especially with the vine combination.
Yeah, so now we are on that for Write Your Story. For Write Your Story, things are not looking good. Even though they got 3-0, they didn't hear 3-0, they are in a position where their hunter must get a 4-man elimination or else they are going to get eliminated. So, uh, like because of just how well the Team Gao played, because Team Gao getting a total of 10 eliminations in 3 games was amazing, that Write Your Story is the Peddler Pro here is now in danger. There's no Peddler, there's no Goatman. I'd imagine that Opera Singer and maybe the Shadow or Hula Baloo, depending on how well Write Your Story plays, would get banned here. So this would be a good test on what else does Peddler Pro have up their sleeve.
Yeah, absolutely. Since Peddler Pro no longer has a Goatman or a Peddler, we're seeing the Team Gal ban the other two of the current four that have dominated the meta, um, Ivy and Hullabaloo. But this leaves open the chance for an opera singer.
Well, Opera Singer is actually weaker in this map. I feel like if they want a one man, maybe letting out the Hula Baloo would be better because Hula Baloo is a hunter that is harder to get 4-man. Just because in endgame it would be weaker. But it seems here for Team Gao they're gonna go for a Cypher Rush. But honestly, if they want a Cypher Rush, it might be better to let the Hula Baloo out because Hula Baloo hates being Cypher Rushed. And we already established this
Mm-hmm.
is that if you pick a Cypher Rushing team comp, Mac is very fragile against an opera singer. And
Yeah,
she might go down within
absolutely.
40 seconds. For Hula Baloo, maybe not, but oh my goodness, Sin. Team Gao
Absolutely.
is literally
And if
pulling
we're
out their
paying
tricks
attention,
again.
yeah, Team Gao is pulling out the lucky guy. Because if you pay attention to the survivor bans from Team Write Your Story, they've banned the painter, which is what we've seen Gao's Taylor Swift play in every single match, except for the few times that we've seen them play Doctor. But and in response to the double decoder pick, they've banned Forward, the only other consistent rescuer that also has harassing capabilities.
Uh huh. But first of all, lucky guy. Like I understand that they want to go full Cypher Rushing team comp to ensure a one-man elimination, but honestly, if you ask me, a Cypher Rushing team comp is, I don't know if you agree with this, is essentially a glass cannon.
Yeah, the Cypher Rush team comp, as soon as one character goes down way too fast, it'll be really hard for them to actually come back from this. Mech, while super strong in terms of decoding speed, is way too fragile for this, and I think if they wanted to Cypher Rush, a Prisoner and Composer might have gone better, because at least Composer has something to kite with while still retaining that fast decoding ability.
Yeah, maybe composer, but if they allow the opera singer, composer is fragile as well. So, oh, lawyer. I mean, lawyer is not afraid of getting terror shock at all, but lawyer is also very weak early game. Like, I guess, I guess we should all accept the fact that Team Gao likes to these wacky and unprecedented team comps, but I'm just seeing, I'm just seeing a potential danger is that if like opera singer, like chasing hunters, if a chasing hunters get pulled out, Team Gao might be in danger because if the first person goes down too fast, then with a glass cannon, this team comp might fall apart entirely.
Yeah, this team is just too vulnerable. No matter what kind of we've seen Gal play wacky team comps, but even then, this is way too fragile, especially for them because at least when it comes to Team Gal, we see them play some kind of support that usually has some capability to help their teammates, like their psychologist picks or their embalmer picks. But since both of those are global banned, there's no chance for that.
Yeah, maybe it would have been better for them to pick Puppeteer, like, or Gardener, like the survivors that are tanky and ensure that they won't go down too fast. Oh my goodness! So we're gonna be seeing the Dream Witch, and it makes a complete amount of sense. Because Dream Witch actually tears through, like, as long as a Dream Witch player is decent enough, it actually tears through Cypher Rushing. Because these Cypher Rushing team comps are very fragile against a Dream Witch and can go down fast. And with Dream Witch being a field controlling hunter and all, there's a chance that the survivors will never have a decent enough of opportunity to decode all the ciphers here, Sin.
Yeah, absolutely. The thing about the Dream Witch is that she's better than the Shadow in terms of countering this kind of comp, because she doesn't need to worry about being unable to return to a certain cipher. She can control more than 2 places at the same time, unlike Shadow, who can only control as many places as her Ostracons and her Shadow can be at once, and can only teleport back and forth between 2 spaces used during her Ostracon cooldown. But with Dream Witch, if she has a leech on the survivors, and if she manages to injure the survivors, that prevents them from decoding, and that forces them to heal up.
And honestly, Sin, just look at this 4 corners. But the issue with that, like, why we don't see, like, 4 corners, they might be scattered apart. But the thing, though, is that you are going to be in a bad position. Because normally against hunters, early game, you don't spawn at the strongest kiting spot in the map directly, normally. You spawn next to it and then kite your way towards it. Because if you're spawning inside, in the start of the game, there'll be like brief seconds where you either run out of the strongest kiting spot, or you wait there, which both are going to lose distance. So, anyways, I feel like the lawyer might be the first kite here. Anyways, I'm your caster, Invisible Jong. Joined by me is Sin, and we're going to be moving on between Team Gao and Write Your Story, which is going to be the last game no matter what.
Either now with this last match, this is going to be determining which one of these 2 teams wins. If Write Your Story can regain the point disadvantage that they're currently in because of Team Gao's 4 kill on them during the first half, this is dangerous for both of them.
Yeah, and we can see that early game for the lawyer actually, exactly what I mentioned, the lawyer in a brief moment where he did not know what to do, and now he's already sandwiched between 2 leeches over there. But misses that swing over there, but let's see, is able to take the hit, and we're talking about 20 seconds in the game, and the lawyer already took the first hit, and even though he did give away the leech, but there will be a patroller coming up unless the lawyer can like make use of the windows to get to like negate the bites. Otherwise, the lawyer would be going down very soon. Let's see. Is able to get the vault, but swings and down within 40 seconds. That's exactly what I was talking about, Sin, is that this decision making from Team Gao, was it exactly the best? Like, yes, ciphers are dropping in the meantime, but Dream Witch is also a field controlling hunter.
Yeah, there it is. And even though this is a Cypher Rushing team comp, this isn't enough. Look at the Cypher progress. The highest percent is only up to 70, 80.
Yeah, and I just noticed, actually there are 2 things I just noticed. The first thing is that no one came in the first place, so actually this is not good, considering that the hunter can now go out to harass. The second thing is that no one has tied Turner because every single person bought broken windows and flywheel effect. So this means that even if they rescue, the lawyer cannot last for long. And if the Dream Witch can accurately pinpoint where the person probing tinnitus is, then she can charge outside.
There it is. We've seen the Dream Witch actually spot a survivor and put pressure on the prisoner Cypher here, so that's slowing down their Cypher progress even more. The chances of them getting a successful rescue off of this are extremely low. Even though we're seeing the prisoner come in for the rescue. There it is.
Oh, able to pull off the body block though, so that's good news with the flywheel effect being expanded, because now the Dream Witch will have to go back in and deal with the lawyer, so that this gives us some breathing room, but the lawyer will have to get out. The prisoner here has to be careful. You do not want to double down, but Pedro Pro here wants to get this prisoner down with the help of Patroller, so that does give up some chance for the lawyer as the lawyer clearing the leech, but there is a leech marching towards them. I just realized that there is a leech marching towards them. It's a max leech. They were not aware of that. And this would be a double down, Sin. This is not looking good. I feel like the survivors were not aware with what potential the Dream Witch has.
Yeah, again, I'm really excited to see a Dream Witch match here, and this is a prime example of how scary she is when you let her leeches take control of certain areas of the map. Arms Factory is her best map here because of how much her leeches can take control, even though there's like so much space here. There's a Dream Witch already on the middle, pressuring the middle ciphers, and then there's another one chasing the prisoner here.
Yeah, currently the survivors have to find an opportunity and reset for a bit because we can see the mech is getting healed up by her bot. And currently, because like this leech is probably the main leech, let's see, no, it was the prisoner's leech, does not have blink, so there is going to be a brief 20 or 30 seconds where the prisoner, or rather the Dream Witch, has nothing to work with. And this gives the room for the survivor to reset a bit, which we see that the mech already healed herself back up. So now, but they do have to find an opportunity to slowly but surely make their way towards the cipher. And Peddler Pro right now is actually like lost, going to be a bit lost. And this did give a bit of a room as the mech spot will be going down there with her last bit of health. So the mech herself is going to be in danger soon because she has to bring her main body in play too.
There it is. And since the prisoner is still injured with a leech, at least now that he has an anti-curse mark, he can actually start the deleaching progress. But with so many, still, with a leech around the middle and 2 injuries, it's going to be hard for the mechanic to do anything decoding-wise.
Yeah, so currently for the mechanic, the mechanic cannot find anyone, so it's probably better for mechanic to go and look for a chest, but prisoner here cannot go down. If prisoner goes down here, this would be like leaning towards a 3 to 4 man, but prisoner is gonna go down. Did force up blink, fortunately, as now Dream Witch will have to bring her main body there. But the ciphers are in a complete standstill currently because the survivors never had an opportunity to decode safely.
Still, forcing out Blink actually doesn't do much in terms of a Dream Witch because, as we all know, Dream Witch can spam traits on her other leeches, although it has been nerfed in the past where it has a longer cooldown between each leech when one uses a trait. It's still dangerous.
Yeah, and I feel like this is already leaning towards a 4-man elimination because no one can safely rescue. Or maybe the lucky guy can.
The lucky guy does have a flare gun if you pay attention to his... No, not that another leech is down in play. There is no chance of this happening.
Yeah, so I will go back. Yeah, like... Oh. Yeah, the thing is that even if he flare guns one, the hunter can swap another, so yeah. And I feel like this is...
Yeah, we're seeing it happen.
I feel like this is almost game because the thing is, I don't see how the survivors can even get one man because the ciphers are still beyond enough. And really, this fragile team comp from Team Gao really came back to haunt them with such a lead they had.
This is so unfortunate because Team Gao really only didn't really have that many stakes on them, especially because of their hunters 4-man here, but with a 1-point difference, if this ends up in a 4-man, as it seems to be most likely, it will end in a victory for Team Write Your Story here.
Definitely. So let's see how is this going to play out. Oh.
Blink is coming online in another 2 seconds here, so there's not much issue in terms of chasing the lucky guy here.
Yep,
and
Mac gets
sharing
chair.
mechanic, yep.
Lucky guy, the leech, unless Lucky guy can somehow deleach, but we can see that the deleach was 15%, there's no way, and he says blink, blink goes down, and then Dream Witch brings her whole body there to surrender, and there we have it, Write Your Story's Hunter, Devin doing a reverse sweep, he needed 4K, and he got it. Amazing performance of Dream Witch giving the survivors ample pressure with the fast down and all. And abused the fact that Team Gao was playing such a fragile Team Com and ran over them directly. So congratulations to write your story by like clutching it out and advancing to the semifinals with that play.
Yeah, congratulations to Team Write Your Story. That reverse sweep was extremely crucial for Team Write Your Story, and they managed to do it. They managed to pull it off.
Yeah, amazing performance. Like Write Your Story's Hunter got a total of let's see, it's 10 eliminations in 3 games, which is actually also the same with Team Gao's Hunter, but Write Your Story got 2 formats, which is what gave them their win. Amazing performance as this is the Hunters, completely Hunters battle over there. And it was just unfortunate for Team Gao that their decision making in the third round backfired on them.
Mm-hmm. It really came down to the point difference that happened because of that one mistake they made during the Moonlight match. If it went any differently, Team Gao could have won here. It was neck and neck.
Yeah, it was neck and neck. Literally any difference, and it would have changed entirely. So honestly, it's just applauding on how close it was. And just look at it, 14-13, Sin, 1 point difference that took the win.
Mm-hmm. If Team Gao here had gotten even one person out, they would have been able to win, but
Yeah,
that's the
it
con with this
is.
kind of team comp.
It is
That's
what
the
it
kind of
is.
con with this kind of team comp.
And honestly, with how good Peddler Pro is playing, I am excited to see Peddler Pro play more in semifinals.
Oh, definitely, especially since we've seen how wide of a hunter pool Team Peddler Pro has like not Team Peddler Pro, Peddler Pro has like they can. It seems to me that they can play virtually any of the meta hunters and take a win from it.
Uh huh. So with that, right, your store is going to be advancing. Yeah, like it's just so think of the all if, but there in esports there's not nothing as what if. Like you won and you won. Right, your story is the winner here and they'll advance. Unfortunately for Team Gao, their journey ends here, but I definitely would remember their performance from how well they did. I'll remember their
Mm-hmm.
performance for sure.
Yeah, definitely. They were still memorable competitors here.
Uh huh. Yup, so congratulations and let's see. Yup. I, we probably will still have the next match coming soon, but I think we might have a break here or there, but yeah, I'm just liking the fact that how good this team comp and how good the first BO3 you have for the night is, because this definitely just tells us like what we're expecting. We're probably going to see a way lot more close matches than we are currently seeing, and I am ready up for here, Sin.
Definitely. As we mentioned before, the matches nowadays we're gonna see are gonna be extremely close, especially since these teams are gonna be pulling out every single strategy of theirs. They're gonna have to be careful with their picks and their plays. Otherwise, they're gonna mess up their team comps for the next rounds because of the global bans.
Uh huh. Oh, I'm just noticing NTT's cat in the background. Anyways, we're going to be taking a quick break, and we'll see everyone after 5 minutes. See you in a bit. And we're back. So hold on, let's swap into our screen first. Yep, Jung and Sin.
Check your mic. Is it muted?
Oh yeah, thanks.
Check our mics. Are they muted?
Yep, we're unmuted. Jung, I swear if I forget to do stuff, it's Jung being Jung. Jung being Jung, Jung doing Jung. Like when I forget to unmute or like switch screen, I'll just say you got Junged. You got Junged.
The technical issues run.
Yep, you got Junged here. Anyways, we have HLT versus No Exit. So I'm loving No Exit is a team that I'm excited of with their performance in Corone, because for Corone I've seen him play in a couple of different tournaments. So it would be very interesting to see him play now in BO3. Like I've seen him play in different tournaments. I would love to see him like show off his performance here. Oh, but one thing to note.
Oh, definitely.
Oh, one thing I just wanted to note real quick, but hold on. For HLT, we have God J, Glucose, Frost One, Misori, and Lady Ja, and you can do No Exit here.
Yeah, alright. For Team Exit, we have Boy Baoting, Kang, Tank, Fang Yuan, Ionaibu, Changyu, and Korone.
Yep. Like, there's just one thing that I wanted to note, is that HLT and No Exit actually played against each other. Like, they were actually both at the 2-1, and they were fighting to see who would advance to the finals. Like, who would advance in the 3-1, which HLT won. So this is actually going to be another revenge match, this time for No Exit, because No Exit lost to HLT and dropped down. But now that they're in BO3 and in an eco ground once again, and No Exit were looking to definitely giving HLT No Exit this time. Hold on. So yep. Let's see. Yeah, like for HLT, I'm just wanting. Like, I wonder if Corone is playing tonight. We've seen him play Breaking Wheel, Wax Artist, and everything. I would love to see Corone showcase his skills here today. But this is a BO3, and the difference between BO3 and BO1 is that there are global bans that you should consider. You should consider global bans. That means that there are hunters that you might want to save for later rounds, and there might be survivors you want to save for later rounds. I don't think for Team NE's Corona, it's between either saving the Goatman or between saving the Breaking Wheel for a later round, but we're actually gonna see Darkwoods be the first map, so we're probably not gonna see a Breaking Wheel here because he absolutely hates this map with the treehouse and the manor and like the two-story. If my memory is serving me correctly, this is the first Darkwoods match we have in the entire tournament that I wasn't even aware that was available. So let's see. This is our first Darkwoods match, ladies and gentlemen. Definitely keep your like hands up and keep your arms for the preparation. Currently, we're gonna be seeing Meteorologist and Archer being selected. They're gonna get thrown into global bans fast. Prospector gets banned, maybe Wax Artist, because Wax Artist does not like the Prospector that can cancel the stun.
Alright, in terms of who Corona could play here, definitely something that could count. Definitely needs to play something that doesn't get hard countered by that Gravekeeper. So the Peddler might not be an option because of how the Vines get countered, as well as Hullabaloo.
Well, first of all, Goatman, I think will do decent in this map because you cannot swing your way through a cage. Second of all, I think. Wait, did you just say the Opera Singer is better than Hullabaloo? This map?
No, I didn't. But honestly, I do think she might be. But we're gonna see a Disciple pick. I was thinking about it, which could counter the stuns, and it could be used to catch up to the Meteorologist. But We have the issue of her being countered by the Gravekeeper here.
I feel like the issue is not just the Gravekeeper, but literally... Wait. Quick check.
Oh yeah, because of their recent buffs, it's the Magician as well.
Thankfully, I remember the survive. Everyone in the stream almost got jonked once again.
Oh gosh.
No, thankfully I remembered. I was like, hold up, let me check. And yep, thankfully I remembered it. Anyway, so yeah, we're now back into the team comp. Thankfully I remembered it before the game starts. So what I wanted to say just now is that it's not just the Gravekeeper. It's literally every survivor here is decent against the Disciple. Gravekeeper, we know. Meteorologist, literally when the Disciple catwalks, Godjay here can use the wind to push him backwards. For the Archer, like when jumping, if the Archer hits, even if he does not hit 100 laceration, because the fact that the Disciple is jumping and moving fast, she would gain laceration fast to hit 100. And for Magician, his illusions can absorb the cats, meaning that it will be harder to hit the Magician's main body now. So literally, in theory, this team comp is very strong against the Disciple, so Corone will have a lot of ground to cover.
I just don't understand why Corone would pick a Disciple here. Like, yeah, as you mentioned before, a Goatman and both Goatman and Opera Singer do decently against this team comp, but let's just see how Corone plays it. Perhaps this could work.
Yeah, I mean, theory is always in theory because there's the actual stuff.
It's very reliant on the actual execution of things, and it's very case by case situation because sometimes a survivor is put in the prime situations to utilize some random niche aspect of their ability, but other times they're unable to use their abilities effectively because of the kiting area.
Yep, moving in the game, Corone will be marching his way, let's see, to Godjay's Meteorologist. But the issue is that there is the swings over here for the Meteorologist to play around, though. So here, Corone will be forced to like swing over and waste a bit of time. And with the drop down, there is a possibility for the strong wind to come in play. Let's see. Would this come in play? Doesn't seem likely, though. Goes for drop, and it is dangerously close. Godjay actually would not be using the wind and will be taking the first hit relatively early in the game, so this is not looking good. And Godjay actually is not so far not utilizing what the Meteorologist is good at, though. So this might be puts her in a dangerous position because Disciple has warp. Corone has warp if he wants to, but does he do it here? Yes, he does. And Godjay currently does not have the wind just yet, and down he goes.
Yeah, there it is. This is honestly being unable to utilize the wind burst correctly is what really dragged Godjay down here. And if we're noticing, the basement is close by, but the Disciple is just a little bit too far to actually chair the Meteorologist inside of it.
Yeah, a Gravekeeper is actually coming in, taking a hit early, and probably would make a dash for a chair if he wants to pull off the rescue. If it probably able to pull it off right here. Oh, yeah. So, okay. So let's see if the Meteorologist. Oh, able to use the wind to make it towards the other side while silencing. So this is going to possibly rebound over there. So let's see how this play off now. As like literally like the drop down between two stories, and that's what I'm talking about. Disciple also does not like the two stories, and literally this area is very concentrated with two stories. So Godjay here is just kiting this one out and giving back some possibility to escape. And look, missed cats once again, because that's the weakness of Disciple in this map.
Yep, there it is, and Godjay goes down here, but it's no thanks to Godjay's cat. It's no thanks to the cats. It's mostly just the Disciple chasing the Meteorologist on foot, and that's already a lot of cipher decoding progress because we're on Meteorologist's second chair, and there's already 3 ciphers finished.
Yup. So, anyways, let's see though. The Meteorologist the Archer coming in play here uses the first arrow and the crossbow, and there's still the jump board over there. let's see, can he pull off the cam though? Because laceration would not really help you that much. But here with the cast returning, I think he just wants to stuff this rescue. Let's see, it's going to be very close here. Goes for the swing and is able to evade the terror shock, but not being able to pull the meteorologist. And this went from bad to worse, but now Korone will be ignoring and going after the Gravekeeper instead.
Mm-hmm. And there we go. Although going after the Gravekeeper might not, no, since the Gravekeeper no longer has any shovels, this is actually really viable. The Gravekeeper doesn't have anything to kite with, no persona traits, no items, no nothing.
Yup, so it also worked in chasing the Gravekeeper off the 60% cipher. The one thing to note is that the survivors all have borrowed time in this game, so their disciple won't really gain a lot of chances during the endgame phase. So, because like currently the last cipher being decoded by the archer is very high up in progress, so it's likely that the survivors are able to pull it off and go for like a free man alive and healthy endgame. So this is more the more that this goes, the more that this is leaning towards a tie, especially because Korone right now decides to go and charge at the archer, but would he be able to make it though? Because the archer cipher is very high up in progress now.
Yeah, the archer cipher is probably gonna pop before the Anne actually gets there to stuff the cipher machine, and there it goes, it pops. But at least with detention, she can actually manage to she can down the archer here and get her chaired, but it's probably gonna end in a tie because otherwise this runs the risk of a sneak rescue.
Yeah, because the thing is that teleporting time is not exactly enough, not to count that Disciple had no trump card in this game. Like even if he had teleport, it would not have been enough. And it's going to be a warp. So with that, this would be a tie, which is decent enough for both sides. But as we've seen, in this tournament, normally we see hunters shine more in BO1. So it's probably considered more of a win on HLT for achieving that tie in the first place. Yeah, so honestly, like both sides did fine in the end, honestly. But I'll say disciple pick here. The disciple pick here maybe did not work the best in the end.
The disciple pick was certainly might have been a misplay here because, yeah, as we saw, the survivors just circled the treehouse area and completely countered the cats, leaving the disciple unable to actually fully utilize her abilities here. Unlike what we could have seen if if Korone picked the Goatman or Opera Singer or maybe even Hullabaloo here. Like any of the three that any of those three minus Breaking Wheel out of Corona's large hunter pool, it could have worked out. Even maybe the Dream Witch.
Well, Breaking Wheel, I don't think Breaking Wheel is great in this map because the swings can give the Breaking Wheel a hard time, and with the same thing, it might also give the Smiley a hard time too. So, yeah. Well, I just feel like the Disciple pick may not be the best because in theory, as I wanted to say in theory, like everyone here is decent against the Disciple, which especially in this map, which we did see happen with the Meteorologist after he rebounded Kite. The issue with the Meteorologist's first Kite is that she allowed herself to get close very fast and only using up her ability when the warp was ready and after getting hit. If she used her item prematurely to begin with, then she would not have even taken the first hit fast to begin with. Yeah, no, I'm just checking.
So
I'm just checking the chat. Oh, do you have to go?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I do have to go because it is 10 and I have
Yeah. You can sure you're free to go. I'll just handle this for the rest of the night. So yeah, thanks a lot, Sin.
All right. See you. Good luck with the rest of the matches. Bye bye.
Bye. So yeah, I guess let's do solo commentary, yay! Because Jong loves solo commentating. Seer against band here, so Puppeteer and Prisoner, yeah, Puppeteer probably makes more sense here because like Puppeteer is very tanky. So it makes sense for it to be selected. Prisoner and Magician, yep. Magician very good. And probably the last one would be a Rescuer like Merc or stuff. Because for any, they definitely want to at least achieve a tie here. Yeah, first officer does make sense, but there is the Goatman that we should be aware with though. And it's probably going to be the Goatman because Hullabaloo has an issue here. Hullabaloo does not like the swings. The Shadow does not like the swings as well. But Opera Singer, I guess it's 50-50 with the swings because with how fast the opera is, the opera can catch up fast too after the survivors get off the swings. Let's see, what else is going on? Okay, so moving on, we have moving on though, we have first officer, the last one, Goatman. Goatman here. Goatman can probably chase the Puppeteer. No. Prisoner. Magician is going to be a bit of issue. Puppeteer is 50-50, so yeah, probably if you can find a prisoner first, because this prisoner pick from no exit did open the gate for a potential Goatman chase here. Let's see, the Goatman going to be... Probably we're going to be seeing potentially, first... Yeah, I mean, the prisoner, but I'm actually more excited with this map, though, because this map is like a very open map. This is a very open map, if you ask me. And this map actually Goatman is decent with because it's more open, and the other thing is that the swings are not too effective against the Goatman when they have resentment. And prisoners spawning at center, this is a bit dangerous because now Goatman can charge straight towards it. So let's see. Like I apologize here because I'm not familiar with this map at all. But the center is also not a place where it's particularly good at. Like there are no swings there, and the pallets are very limited there. So this prisoner have to make a run for it. Though the prisoner does have broken window and fly effect, so the prisoner definitely can kite for a bit in theory. But this would be very reliant on how well is Kang's play. Alright, we're gonna be heading in the match between No Exit Survivor versus HLT's Hunter with your caster Invisible Jung Oni. So, oh, that's actually like a very fast cage in the game there, which is some very good sight. But Frost one here just wandering around, looking to try and get Kang down. But actually, Kang is kiting in the 2-story, which does have a bit of room. But there is another cage coming out straight away. Like, oh, teleported to the wrong side. Let's see, Kang breaking that cage. Is able to break through the cage as Frost one's cage was not aimed that accurately, but Frost one still does have one more cage here to try and get the down on HLT Kang here. So let's see, Kang go through, not able to. There we have it. We're talking about the down like 50 seconds in the game. And because having abnormal, literally this is going to be a very good situation for team like Frost one to try and get the 4-man here. So yep, there goes the hit, there goes the rescue. But Prisoner just dashing away, looking for a rebound kite here to rebound kite as long as he can. But it will be very hard because, but misses 2 swings in a row and, able to kite out the cage. And this cage might not even hit though. Hits the wall and misses the hit. Curing actually Frost one being a bit too hasty with these cages. And Kang here is definitely buying up all the lost time considering that Frost 1 did not have a chance to use abnormal, and now Kang is actually kiting this one out. There is a pallet to work with, but let's see. Is he going to do the trick here? Yep. Go through the trick. And yeah, I think here Frost 1 definitely got a bit too hasty with the swings that ended up costing him 2 cages. So now I think but now there's a chance for the abnormal to be in play. Let's see. Yeah, this cipher got stolen, so now there's not a chance for abnormal. So yeah, first officer will be coming in play here and is able to take the rescue as Frost 1 does not use the cage. Probably a bit afraid of like wanting to get it down on the prisoner, but actually here the first officer just wants to buy for more time. So Kang, yeah, there goes the swing and the hit over there, and Kang would be sent back to the manor. And the cipher progress wise, we have 4 ciphers that remain. With 4.5 ciphers remain and with teleport being used over here though, like I think that it's still going to be a tiable position. Just now, like, though I feel like for Frost 1, him not going out and abnormaling a cipher outside, and later never having the chance to abnormaling it outside, definitely gave away his best winning chance, and now this might be a tie here. But fortunately, Officer and Puppeteer both have borrowed time, so Frost 1 would be looking to locate the Magician, who was the only one did not. So, yeah, Magician getting chased here. But yeah, Frost 1 has to be a bit careful in his positioning and with the ciphers. But hold on, Officer, watch. Can he hit the officer? But no, not being able to predict it. The first officer cannot the watch, and I don't think Frost 1 can control the ciphers anymore. So this might be heading to 3-man endgame, and this might be potentially another tie here, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, misses the swing here. First officer looking to kite this one out. Is able to get it down. Though actually there's still a chance for a free man. Because the thing though is that the puppeteer has not made it towards the gate yet. And teleport will be about to be ready soon. So let's see. Teleport. Oh, teleports to the wrong side of the map though. This is unfortunate. Let's see would the survivors try and sneak a rescue there. No, I don't think so. So yep, B1 was a tie. And a tie is honestly decent for both sides, maybe? But yeah, I feel like it was on Frost one, it was more bad on HLT considering that how fast the down was, but he gave it away after not abnormaling and not being aggressive with the abnormal. Yeah, so currently, like with a tie, this means that second and third round would determine the difference. But yeah, I just feel bad because the thing is that Frost won after he got to the down, he did not abnormal, and after he got the second down on the prisoner, he should have instantly rushed to abnormal the Cypher, knowing that the Cypher closest to him might be popped soon, but he did not. Like if he abnormal there, the whole game could have changed. I feel like that was the unfortunate thing over there. So 4-4 right now. Ek and NTT. Yeah, like yeah, sorry if I'm a bit quiet because the thing is that I'm on my own right now, so I don't know how much or how rapid I should talk without me burning my own throat for no particular reason. Huh. Anyways, currently currently though how about let's think about what will happen next, because I'm not sure who picked the map just now, but it was considered a win for Corone because Corone or like NE, because NE still saved their Goatman. But yeah, because like NE kept Goatman, so meaning that forcing Goatman to be banned and they only sent the Disciple in the global ban, this is going to be beneficial. So yeah, let's see though. And yeah, like because the Disciple is sent to the global ban, so like this means any would be more an advantage when it comes to ban picks or more. Yeah, like I really feel like NE is the one in the advantage here because they have an advantage in terms of ban pick. HLT has expanded their Goatman already. It's for HLT to figure it out without Goatman. Okay, moving into the second half of the game here, we do have Frost 1 hunting first this time, no Goatman, meaning that we're gonna be tapping into Frost 1's a different hunter approach. Oh no. Come back. Alright, Breaking Wheel is gone. So yeah, now that explains why they banned Breaking Wheel. Because the thing is that Breaking Wheel starts off counter the Wildling, because with the spikes, like as soon as with the spikes and with the pessimistic snap, you can snap the Wildling off the board. So this is something we should take note of. Because like now with Breaking Wheel gone Wildling up, let's see, Opera Singer does work here. Opera Singer is actually very strong in this map, so let's see, does HLT's Survivor go with the Opera's, or rather HLT's Hunter go with the Opera Singer instead? Magician, like Opera Singer here definitely works. Magician can get hit during his illusion. Meteorologist, the question though is that if Meteorologist can time it correctly and push the Hunter away during a mid dash. Let's see. But if it's not going to be the Opera Singer, what would it be besides that though? It might be like Wax Artist. Like Wax Artist can use a hot wax to slap injury. Like I see that happening. I think Opera Singer, Wax Artist. Oh, Hula Baloo. Like Hula Baloo is also fine. It's just that it got nerfed so bad that I do not know anymore. Like Hula Baloo got nerfed so bad because that now he's no longer viable in the BO1 or the BO, and even in the BO2 he might get free escaped with if the survivors have transitional kite, because we've literally seen a lot of survivor with transitional kiting, and that works well against Hula Baloo. Like for example, we have the Fire Investigator, we have the Meteorologist, we have the Weeping Clown, we have the Aeroplanist. Those are all very good choices, if you ask me. So, yeah, Magician would be the first kite here. Magician, I mean 50-50, because if the Hula Baloo can use the Pyrotechnist on the Magician, then the Magician can still... The Magician would get hit fast, but... So the thing is that you have to use it prematurely. Like the moment you see a shadow on you, then you use it and try and get out of range. So, yeah, like, okay, wait. Free flywheel effects to Tide Turner. So anyways, we're gonna be heading into the match between No Exist Survivor and HLT's Hunter with your caster Invisible Joan. Alright, heading into the game, Frost 1 will be making straight towards Tank's Magician, which as I recalled will be taking the first kite here. He does have free pallet breaking though. So let's see for Tank. Like if Tank is effective with his illusion, he can cover a bit, but let's see. Oh, we'll be taking the first hit here and taking the second hit. This is very fast. Maybe Tank later will have to like use his illusions all very effectively, but he's stuck in a weird position where he might get hit. He does manage to evade it and not able to guess for the hunter, so that is decent enough for the magician to kite this one out and misses the first double surprise. Second one is going to hit though, but it's still only like 40 seconds in the game and the cyber progress are not looking too good here. But yeah, like the magician does have two like one more illusion to work with. Let's see, able to evade. Nope. Gonna go down, and we're talking about like 1 minute in the game, and the ciphers are actually a bit slower. Maybe because the survivor chose to rotate earlier. So, actually the wall is coming in, but the wall is gonna get found straight away. Let's see, can the Hula Baloo try and hit the walling off the board? But doesn't seem like it though. Yeah, trying to hit off the board, but two. Here, flywheel effect not able to work, maybe double down maybe? Oh, wants to get the double down, but that's free hit. I don't think it's possible unless you get here. Okay, he's going all aggressive for this double down, but would it backfire? Does he know where did the magician went though? That's the question here, because playing at aggressive, you must know where the survivors went, but it seems that Frost 1 does not know where did the magician went, so even if he finds it and downs the magician, he will have wasted around 20 more seconds already, and that's valuable time gone. So currently though, we can see that magician would be going down, but it's still 2.5 ciphers, though we can see the meteorologist is coming into play. So as like he can get the walling up without using self-heal, or rather trying to use the self-heal combo to a full health rather. So the thing is that who is going to come to rescue now? It probably has to be the acrobat at the center, because Walling expended the self-heal, so probably Walling being fine here is not ideal. But let's see, is the acrobat going in? I cannot see it from this direction, but I think he has to though. Yeah, Kang is coming in, but this is relatively late. Can he make it though? I don't think he can. Like the survivors chose to sell, but I don't think that's the best move over there. Anyways, Kang is going to be the one taking the chase over here. But considering that there's only one whole cipher that remains, it's actually fine for now. Yeah, like honestly, the decision of Frost 1 to go very hardcore on that double down is backfiring on Frost 1 right now, seeing that he did give up a lot of time for the survivors to like recover. Walling taking injury here, but Walling cannot get on the board, so Walling might be going down. We can see that the last cipher is decoding at the same side of the map, is also very far away, but Frost One, if he wants, can try to go out and harass it, so... Can try to go and harass it though, so let's see, will he go after the Meteorologist or will he harass? Seems to be going after the Meteorologist, but if he does that, then he's giving room for the survivors to recover from this. Like, the ciphers are going to be enough soon. But because the fact that Meteorologist had no borrowed time, they're sending the Acrobat in, but Frost One now can choose to go and cut the Meteorologist off and ignore the Acrobat entirely, which is exactly what he is doing right here. Oh, Acrobat, can he make it though? The cipher's still not enough. He cannot go down here. A beautiful bomb by Mortai. There's no double surprise, no encore, so is able to pull that off, but the survivors need to find a good timing to pop it. He now wants to get it down on this Acrobat and is able to, but now the ciphers are going to be popped and we're going to head into endgame, though there's still a chance for a free man at this point. Acrobat will be going down, but Walling will make a run for it, but because the trade has already been exhausted, this might be a tie. No, possibly a tie here, but hold on. I'm actually concerned, can he chair? Because it's very, very far away. Oh, chair in the nick of time, but the survivors are still going to make it out, so yeah. Will be a tie on both ends, and Frost One's, the double down chase there did not work in their favor. Because, like, at that point, the Walling still had 3 bombs that him playing aggressive there did not work. Anyways, yeah, I feel like... I mean, the early down was 50-50-ish, but it's really like... Hula Baloo lost his best chance when he gone after the double down, rather than farming on the Magician instead. Anyways, with that a tie, now Corona is up next, but I think in terms of ban pick, no exit has the advantage, just because the fact that, as I mentioned just now, no exit did not expend the Goldman, so Goldman will probably get removed here, but that does open up for the chance for the significant or the well-known breaking wheel. Because like we seen Corona with breaking wheel, which he did do a very like amazing job with it. Like he did do a very amazing job with the breaking wheel. So like him getting a 4-man there, and the fact that the hunters or they're forced to ban the Goatman does let out the breaking wheel, and breaking wheel is very strong in Chinatown. Anyways, I'm trying to think here. At this point, like, if not breaking, what else can we possibly see? Maybe the Gamekeeper? And also, I know the fact that Corona has a wax artist, like we've seen that before. The wax artist, maybe wax artist can also get pulled out here. Maybe the wax artist can get pulled out here, question mark. Like, wax artist is also strong in Chinatown because this being an open map and all. Like, this being an open map and all, I can see Chinatown. Like, I can see wax artist being played here because wax artist is also like a decent wax artist is also like a decent win hunter, maybe. It's like a decent win hunter. So yeah, Breaking Wheel, Wax Artist, Hula Baloo, or still Opera Singer. Like, I actually don't think we've seen Corone with Opera Singer so far. But in fact, Opera Singer has been played. Like, Opera Singer has been played in this meta. But I just haven't really seen Corone with it. Like, that's the thing. Like, I haven't seen Corone play Opera Singer or The Shadow a lot. Maybe it's not his comfort pick. I am not too certain. For the survivors, seeing that they would want... I think it would be better for HLT to play for tie and separate it in the third round, seeing that they are massively behind right now. Yeah, it's like seeing that they're massively behind right now. No, not behind, but like they're behind in terms of band pick. Maybe better for them to tie and then try and gain the advantage back in the third round, maybe. Because, I mean, in theory, they can try to free escape here, but it would be a bit difficult. More difficult considering that Corone, after his Goldman got banned, he can pull up Breaking Wheel and all. Alright, moving on, but Breaking Wheel got banned. Like, I actually thought of this possibility just now. It's for them to ban Breaking Wheel and just have a good test on Corone. They're like, I know your wheel is good. I know your Breaking Wheel is good. So you know what? Bring out your Goatman. So yeah, first officer. Like, now that magician. So if Corone wants the Goatman here, he has to ban his way back into the tanky survivors. But yeah, he banned the Seer, no tanky survivor. So anyways, Antiquarian, like, I mean, if Corone wants the Wax Artist, he can pull it out now. Fire Investigator. The more I'm seeing this, the more I'm thinking as a Wax Artist. Maybe this is more or less telling that Corone does not have a Goatman indeed. And if Corone does not have a Goatman, then actually Annie is not in the lead in terms of band pick as I thought they were. Alright, so Novelist. If it's the wax artist, then I think it's manageable for wax artist. Like, it's manageable. Wax artist is okay against his team comp. Antiquarian gets sort of countered. First officer can get stunned in the watch. I think, and Novelist, if he tries to do the stun, he's gonna add wax onto himself. So it's literally going to be, the Magician will probably be key if the Magician will probably going to be key in terms of how well he kites if he wants like the free man, or if they want a free man escape here. But I think trying to get a free man escape is still going to be harder, even though like I know that we've seen this happening in I know the fact that we've seen this happening in the IVL, but I think this being amateur teams and all, I feel like this might still be hard. But oh, Coronet will actually be playing the Shadow over here, which is going to be interesting considering that I do recall Coronet playing the Shadow before. But Chinatown is a map where it's not, like, I won't say bad, but I'll say it's not the best map. Like, if Coronet was not planning with the wax artist and he wanted the opera singer, like, he don't want the wax artist, even opera singer would have been better here. Even opera singer would have been better comparing to the Shadow. So maybe Coronet just does not have opera singer too, or he's more confident with this. But if it's revealed the fact that Coronet's confidence in the 4 top meta hunters are like lower, then maybe the character pool issue would be more prevalent in the later rounds. But oh, it seems like there is a bit of an issue there. But like in this spawn selection, we can see, I would imagine the hunter would still spawn at the right and chase the Novelist, because Novelist does get countered by the Shadow. In order to gain the metaphor, Novelist will have to look backwards, but then there is a risk of him getting Revelation hunted down by the hunter. So that is one thing that we should all keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, so currently we're still waiting for the game to begin. But honestly, like with these two teams, as I noted that this is a revenge match for no exit, seeing that they lost to HLT, and currently they're toe-to-toe. So I feel like this game is still going to be anybody's game in the end. But yeah, I'm wondering what's going on, but I cannot exactly leave to check, so... Like, if I'm receiving any Discord messages, I'm not. So, the thing with now is that the Ivy will probably chase Novelist first. Novelist does have flywheel effect, so that will probably be his biggest friend there. And if I'm seeing correctly, all 4 survivors does have borrowed time, which will be good for them endgame. But that is if they make it to endgame to begin with. Like, if they don't make it to endgame, then this would not mean anything. Wait, I think something's going on. Hello there, Nyashi.
Yes, I will now take your commentating slot.
Oh, wait. Aren't you doing a match right now?
Oh, I'm done. Hello.
Oh my, thank you, you came to save me. I'm struggling so bad on my own.
So you take care of that? Wait, hold on.
No, literally, I have my phone on recording on the match while I'm commentating. Like, that was my plan. But anyways, like, I think you walked in a very good time, seeing that we are in like a very long pause over here, Nyashi.
Oh, we are in a very long pause. We are.
Oh
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
just a thing to note
Oh,
is that
it's Corone. Shout out.
yeah.
I just saw them.
Oh wait, just one thing to note is that if someone is calling for me in like my server, please let me know because I don't have an extra device to
Oh
see
yeah,
what's
there
going
is
on.
script C. Anyways, as you take care of those,
No,
I'm gonna go ahead and
no, I mean it's fine right now. It's sort of fine right now because I have a match on recording. Group D is I figured out already.
yeah, Group C, Group C. I think Group C's still figuring it out.
Oh, they figured it out.
So
That's good.
they need overtime rules. Basically, they
Yeah,
forgot.
yeah, it's okay. Oh yeah. Just here is a bit of I guess like promotion is like my tournament is happening at the same time right at this moment. Is that with the qualifiers and all? So make sure to check it. It will also be in this channel. Group C is the Sangalea one, right?
Yes,
Oh wait,
and John, they still don't know the overtime rules. It's
uh,
BO2, right?
wait. Can you explain it to them?
BO2, right? Just
Yeah,
BO2,
BO2. Yeah,
basically.
tell them because the thing is that I think Sota's in charge of that, right?
Yes, I okay.
Wait,
All right,
wait.
as
Then
that is. Mhm.
then Sota might need help because then you might need to help for the 11 p.m. match because Sota was in charge of that, but since it's overtime, he cannot do it. So you probably have to do it.
All right.
But yeah, I
So
mean to be fair, it's easier for you to do it because you can just do it while I talk and then just come in when the match begins.
yes. Would you like to inform me what has happened so far? I have noticed that they drew the first round
Yeah. So
and that they
first
also
of all,
drew
like I
this
think
first.
you may know this more than me. Is that Corone doesn't play Goldman that much?
Yes. So Corona is, if anything, Corona has a variety of characters, but yeah, I think one thing that we need to know, if anything, I think Ivy is something that's kind of a Karade's ballpark. We've seen him play Breaking Meal, we've seen him play Dream Witch, both pressure hunters in their own respect. Especially Dream Witch, he was OG Dream Witch May, right? As we've noticed before.
Yeah.
So the Shadow pick, I mean, even if he did have a Goatman, there's some sense to it. You have a novelist. You do also have a Antiquarian, which is kind of a 50-50 nowadays with the Ivy. A lot of people, a lot of antiquarians have figured out how to deal with it. Then again, this is also Gaje we're talking about, who's kind of struggled every now and then with this character. Magician might be problematic here, and First Officer could stall some time and is a pretty solid rescuer in general. But yeah, for Karate, this is actually a pretty respectable pick.
Yeah, so okay, first of all I'm gonna tell you what happened. The first map actually happened in Dark Woods and a Chronic got a tie with a Disciple, then HLT got a tie with the Goatman, and in the round just now Hula Baloo got a tie, so now we're at the second half. But honestly, Yashi, I think you want to punch yourself for what you did miss from the first match.
Oh, I heard there were not one, but two peddler matches that
Yup,
I missed.
and one of them got a 4K.
Truly. Oh, damn. Okay, that is. Wow, I missed that. That's kind of insane. That's poor stricken luck right there. But yeah, as I will only I'm kind of here as a guest. I might have to go in 4 minutes.
Oh, you're just here for a
So
while.
yeah, so
Yeah,
I'm
just
just
one
here
thing is
to
that if Sota cannot do the 11 p.m., do you mind helping him?
yeah, don't worry.
Yeah, all
But
right, got it. Okay, so
yeah,
it seems unfortunate that you came in and it's a long pause.
yeah, it does seem unfortunate. I came at a pretty stricken time here as we're still at a pause.
But yeah, honestly, just now I was talking about I felt like HL and E had the advantage in terms of global bans, seeing that the the Goldman is non-global banned, but seeing that Korean doesn't play it or even play the wax or play like the hula baloo, then this might be a bit of a different story.
Yeah, so I also think it's interesting. It maybe he secretly does, and this is all a strategy for
Or a trick.
NE.
A massive
to like
trickery.
hold on to that pick, because we also saw that IHLT is respecting that breaking wheel a lot more. We did see, I think, Karande breaking wheel 4K
Yeah.
the last time as well.
Yeah.
And I mean, holding these picks does give him an advantage to maybe play those characters. Even Opera Singer is also still out as well, by the way. So, I mean, if anything, this is still very much like this could all be a strategy. Maybe they'll also just have Kang. I think Kang was their other hunter that played the other time, or it was someone else come in and
I think it was
BO3
Kang.
just start.
It was Kang, I think.
Yeah, and then maybe they're the Goatman main, Hullabaloo main, and they're holding on to it in that third round. So we're not 100% sure, but I mean, it's not necessarily bad picks. I mean, after all, they're still tied here. So far, it's going great for a no exit for a team that's not picking the meta.
Yeah, so, yeah. Anyways, yeah, like, I mean, the good thing is that if anyone in that team can play it, they still have it in their minds that, oh, we're back. So with this spawn, I feel like the novice will have to make a run for it, seeing that the mage counters the shadow here.
Yeah, I mean, they also have. I mean, Novelist is right there on the corner as well. So the very high chance that Karan is just moving his main body to the Novelist as he pressures these other hunters is very likely, actually.
So moving on. Let's see. Novelists here have to make a run for it. But I just really don't know how well is Ivy, especially because after she got nerfed, her field controlling has taken a massive dip, because after she puts the leech on, she has to teleport in Ostracon almost immediately, or else the survivors can easily destroy it.
Yeah, also, I mean, he could also consider maybe Gaje here. I wouldn't really consider it just because Missouri is kind of in a weird kiting spot anyways, that I feel like it'd be a waste not to try and chase the character that literally can't really look back at you. I mean, he can do that Ivy trick where he looks at like the black lines as we see NTT and Ek. Did I pronounce that correct? Ek, Ash,
I actually have no
Ek.
clue how to pronounce it.
I sincerely apologize to our other commentators. Yes, I cannot pronounce their names. Someone please
I
in the
mean,
chat.
to be fair, I gave up pronouncing Thai and Vietnamese a long time ago.
Because there's a lot of Viet teams. This is primarily a Vietnamese tournament. We've seen a lot of teams from other countries, but since this is mostly set in the Vietnamese language, we've seen most Vietnamese teams. So yeah, it's very interesting though. HLT and E. I mean, I'm not sure about HLT. I'm pretty sure they're Thai, considering that Glucose and Gaje is there, and NE. I believe most of them are Viet, but Corona is hunting, and Corona is, I believe, the only non-Viet player
He's from
perhaps on
Philippines,
that
right?
team from the Philippines. So I mean, it's kind of funny that neither teams are Viet here, if my knowledge is correct. But still, relatively two strong teams after all. They are here, and they of course want to try and win. I'm not sure if it's on pause again because the
I
match
probably
isn't
is seeing what happened. So while we're at it, let's just chat about random stuff, such as like Ivy. Look, they are early. Oh my god! Is that NTT flexing his IVL cards?
No, and please give me some. Please tell me if you find ACT cards. Thank you very much.
Oh my god! Seeing NTT flex that, I want to flex something too. Hold on.
Oh, I'm gonna just casually switch the screen here.
Yeah, but first of all, let me try and get my camera working first.
Hey guys, it's Sid here once again. Totally Sid, by the way. Second time that's happened.
No, I have it prepared this time. Look.
Hey. Oh, come on. Let's go.
Wait, I need to get rid
now
of Sid's
actually-
image. Got it. But let me check in case the game begins. No, it has not. Good. So, yeah, I'm just trying to, let me do this and this. Yeah, because I did not plan to turn on the camera, so this would obviously a bit bad quality, but yeah. I also have to be cautious in case they can begin their match too. Yeah, I'm just checking every couple seconds.
Making sure.
So,
Alright, Oh my god, there we go. Oh, okay. Dog is dipping there. Oh, here.
I mean-
oh my god, we also have. I'm the only one without.
I mean,
RIP.
I have some of these here, and I can literally
I
go and grab.
Get-
I can try and go and grab for more in a bit.
That is. Oh my god, I cannot see it. I see a G. Ooh, that's such a cool card though. I saw GG there as well, 18 I think.
Yeah, that's 18.
That is Chai as well.
Yeah, I have more, but first let me check in case they begin. Nope, they have more.
Clearly awestruck after the
Alright,
Koa
let's
7
see. Let me try. Let me
Wait.
try. And
Oh my
find.
god.
Yeah.
Jog shorts from Yo Timmy.
No, it's my trousers. Come on, I'm not wearing shorts.
It's so hot here in the Philippines. I don't think I have it in me to not wear.
It's also hot
Sure.
here. I don't have the
Alright.
AC on tonight, so it's also hot in
What?
here.
I see. Alright. We need some of the other cards reveal. I don't worry. I will call for you when they start because I can see it. Like if you put your mouse cursor like on top of the Discord, you can just see it without having to go back.
Yeah. Tell me that I'll stop what I'm doing.
Yeah. So
First of all, as a Dolphin fan, of course I have this.
yes, of course. The win when they won. This was
No,
Is this
No.
oh this is not.
No, it was the one where Dong X got the best hunter in like the 4th year of IDV.
Nice. That's like wait, so that's like 2022, 2023 ish.
2022.
Right. 2022,
It
right?
was not the year they won. They won at 23.
23, exactly.
And of course, I'll have this as well.
Ooh,
Oh,
that
let me
is
give you a hint of what it is. Koa 5 Explore X Boy. Remember?
oh, wait, I guess who?
This is Do 5. Koa 5 Explore X Boy. Remember now?
Wait, I tried to. Wait, no. Who were they up against? Still five up against who?
Wolves.
Or is it? Oh, I cannot remember it. No, I actually cannot.
It was the one where Ihua as Explore hit against the X Boy.
I figured out it was Yihua playing X-Boy. I'm just like trying to remember
Explorer.
what happened in that match. Yihua, the Explorer made. You know, how do you feel that Yihua's now in ZQ? Because
Well, I mean, well, goodbye TE. I'm now like double fan between ZQ and Do5 now.
I forgot who. ACT. I haven't seen too much actually. I've been more focused on the IGL matches than IVL.
The thing is
As
that
we're still
I'm
waiting-
too busy. I'm literally too busy with these 2 tournaments that I haven't really been focusing a lot. Because I got 2 tournaments running simultaneously.
Yeah, and so I believe they're restarting the band picks actually on this screen. I'm not sure if it's
Oh, yeah.
because
Yeah.
they just need to turn on competition mode. Not sure if they're just gonna play the same characters.
Let me go back and
but they
see.
did turn it on, so
Yeah, something happened. Oh, actually, hold on. It's not Corona hunting anymore.
oh, okay, so that's interesting. So I'm guessing there might have been a device issue from Corone's end. I will get word from Corone right now.
You know, us being procasters and all, we have the ability to instantly know what's going on.
Yes, let's get the information, chat. So I guess there might have been a device issue from Corona. I have heard that he's had that for a while now. Hence why he didn't play a lot of the match. We only saw him play that breaking wheel match, and I think a match before that.
He played yesterday.
Yeah, he played Oh, yeah. Wait, well, yesterday was the breaking wheel match, was it not?
Yep, he played yesterday.
Yeah. So yeah. I mean, we don't see Corona as often. We see it swap between Corona and Kang, and I think that has to do with some device issue. Not sure if they're gonna play the same character because from the looks of it, I mean, they have picked. Oh wait, no, Seer was not in that composition last time. But we do see Antiquarian and Novelist is also on their end. Priestess Mechanic ban on NE, and oh, they didn't even ban a third survivor as we see First Officer is gonna be the last pick here.
Yep, it is going to be the last pick. So Let's see though. This is a different team comp scene that is Kang hunting and not Corone. Then let's see. I'm trying to recall what Kang plays. Like I know Kang plays Hermit now that it's gone. Does Kang have? I think the question is more on what does Kang have? Breaking Wheel, Wax Artist, Hula Baloo. Like, first of all, let's just know. We should know first what does Kang play, seeing that. Oh, I believe Kang actually missed the ban too.
Yeah, that's actually what I was mentioning. And I guess this is the good news of Korane not playing Ad, or not playing a meta hunter, playing Ad instead, is that now all of a sudden NE has access to those meta characters. I also just got word from Korane. Turns out for some reason he could not connect in the match.
Oh
So
no.
there's that. And well, we are seeing Kang is gonna follow though the footsteps of A and E. I'm not sure. Did they also play Seer the other? They didn't play Seer the last time. It was Magician. So this is basically the same thing, except now we have another character that Ivy kind of counters because now Seer can't really farm owls, but still one owl.
Yeah. So let's see though. I mean, Seer novelists both need to look at it, but Seer is still fine against the Shadow nonetheless because the owl is going to be very crucial here. So Kang will be looking to probably chase after the novelist first, seeing that the novelist is the one that is likely going to be taking the first kite here.
Yep, and we are going to see also different spawns here from the side of yeah, as for the side of Team HLT, seems as if they want to keep this here as safe as can be, as they are gonna see Kang is gonna be spawning right there at the corner. Not sure, I keep forgetting what that place is called. But we are gonna see, I mean, once again, very similar composition. Now it's Seer instead of Magician, so a character that's a bit more countered by the Ivy.
I
But
won't.
on the other, I would say, yeah, I mean, you
Actually,
know, go ahead.
50-50 maybe?
Yes. But
No,
definitely much more supportive for the team in comparison to the Magician, who's kind of more of a soul kiter. So that's going to be something crucial here from the side of HLT.
yeah, so we are going to be moving into the match soon, and yeah, Kearney is all tied up, so any wins here can potentially break it. So yeah, we're gonna wait for a bit here. I'm your caster, Invisible Joe. Joined by me is Nyashi, the Saving Grace, as we are going to be going to HLT Survivor for the No Exits Hunter. Alright, moving in. Moving in, we can see that he'll be heading straight towards Gotje, or Yidra will be going to Gotje, who is going to be standing by the stairs to like make sure there's not a good leeching type. But now that you're gonna go to the Cypher, you are asking to get leech though. But seeing that Corona is not interested in her, and we'll be heading towards Glucose, and maybe Glucose will be the best target.
Yeah, we are going to see here he's officially going to be moving towards Glucose. Kang is an IV once again. So we are going to see Alt tries to go there for the additional 40 suspicion, unfortunately just shy of doing such, as we are going to see Glucose going to get caught a bit early. He needs to look
Watch
back before
out.
he can use the book, I believe. So, but actually he's just going to take the hit right here.
Honestly, I feel like he could have used the revelation, not revelation, metaphor there to swap rather than doing this. But the good news though is that because just now Glucose dodged the first revelation, he's still in 70 revelation, and currently he's in no danger because there's no leech on him, and there's still the Sears Owl as well though. So we'll have to see. But first officer need to be very careful in where he positions though. But beautiful dodge there, preventing himself from going down to half health. So honestly, even though Glucose is high in revelation, he is actually set up for a decent amount of kite, unless the blink comes in play and then the seer did not react in time, so that is a blunder over there, because if the owl came in play, who knows how long he could have kited.
Yeah, and now all of a sudden, we are gonna see they do get a Cypher pop and Cypher 60-70 respectively. He's actually gonna be leeching Glucose here, so a chance for him to maybe try to rebound with Seer Owl and no leech for a certain period of time. We're going to see Kang going to be hitting first officer very early on. Not sure if that is the greatest move. Glucose still has a metaphor and an owl and a flywheel to use here with
Can he
Kang
get any of
zero
them?
resources actually for him.
Yeah, like the thing is that yes, he has so many resources, but him not getting either of them out. I think the thing is that with this team is that in theory, Nova's could have lasted, but them not able to putting up a plan together, like setting up the Sears out, setting up the flywheel, is gonna be a huge thing. And first officer evading that was very crucial. If the officer got hit over there, it would have been a huge disaster. So that aggressive play did not work out. So it's gonna stall a bit more time, but Kearney is still, I think it's still 50-50 though, seeing that Novus would get cheered. But that there's a sear out, we should always count that in, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, but now basement is going to be coming in clutch here for Kang. One thing I find very interesting actually from the side of Kang is the fact that he's not scared to use his leech on the novelist, even though he still might need it to potentially try to get that down with the max presence here, as we are going to see God J is going to be going for the rescue. He has some stick to use, so another chance for this team to try and play for the support, as we are going to see God J swipes once, swipes twice, gets it on the third time. He does, there we go, we do see 2 seconds do stall out, and now Glucose is getting leech once again. Owl is actually going to come in clutch, but Glucose, instead of staying near the suspicion area, decides to rotate away, hoping to get that pallet knocked down. The metaphor comes in, and maybe this is a chance for Glucose to potentially kite once more, but no, Novelist is going to go down for that pallet by game, and unfortunately, this is going to be an out for the Novelist unless Gotche decides to harass, which is not the case.
Yeah, I honestly feel like the out attempt was premature because they could have waited for 100 corruption level or even closer. Maybe the seer spectating time was running low, that's why they did that. So now it's still anybody's game. The Antiquarian currently is in no danger of getting hit so far because there's a gap between her and the main body and the Yidras at the other side. As the survivor successfully reset, so this is now anybody's game. There goes the blink here to take the half hit, and seeing that there's a full presence, so the Antiquarian isn't risk of going down, but instead goes after the first officer to this time it's going to hit 100 corruption level. So now that it's back into Ivy's field controlling game, it's a situation where free survivors try and get a one cipher. But we can see that the survivors want to heal up, but if they get busted, this would be a massive, massive bad situation.
Yeah, we are going to see here is going to go for ahead and go for the teleport. Seer does have the leech, but he's giving so much suspicion away. He wants to farm this owl, but in exchange, now he's just going to get a hit instead. We are going to be seeing here Lady Ja now breaks the Ostracon, but he is very much on his way of potentially getting pressured by Kang once more. I'm wondering if they're going to try to heal once again, as we are seeing God J and Missouri trying to regroup as Lady Ja has now went on to the second story.
Yeah, but currently, actually, with all the survivor being scattered, like, this is very bad. But hold on, disarm, not able to disarm, and able to instantly get in high corruption, and there we have it. That's the down, and I think this is almost sealed the format, because the thing is that everyone in half health, no one can rescue, and now the leech will be dropped by here. There's no way Seer can pull this one off in half health. So the first officer would be forced to come using his Poseidon watch, but even with that, he will still go down unless he manages to successfully dodge. But Kang here seems to be having different ideas, going for the Seer instead, camping the chair.
Yeah, we are going to see here, though, Godjay is unleashable at the moment. He does have max presence very much ready here to officially try to go for the down. I'm not sure if he's going to try to go for Lady Ja. Instead, goes for the Antiquary. Keep in mind, Flywheel here, one chance for Godjay to try and dodge. Unfortunately, to no avail here, as he's officially going to go down. Lady Ja going back to the Cypher, trying to break this Ostracon. But even as soon as he breaks that Ostracon, he's just going to get leeched once again. That's going to be Antiquarian on the chair once more. Missouri does use the self-heal, but this is looking more and more dire for the survivors here.
Yeah, so actually moving on, like Kirini is already in like the favor, in the hunter's favor, seeing how spread out they are. And honestly, I feel like the decision making and also like them how like them try to heal each other and how they position themselves definitely gave up some free chances, because against an Ivy it's almost impossible to try and heal each other, because if you get busted, then this would be like everyone falling like dominoes.
Yeah, and Kaji here decides not to use the flywheel to at least try and avoid the 60 suspicion. Instead, goes down here. Keep in mind, Seer no longer has self-heal. This Cypher's 70, 80%, but again, first officer cannot decode this on time because he's just gonna get leech once more. He's now gonna get TP'd on, gonna use the watch, see if he tries to pressure the Cypher, but no, Lady Jaw decides to go away from it. Unfortunately, I feel like that decision maybe a 4K Kang already has Blink ready here. And this is the last watch here from Lady Jaw. He's actually gonna go for the heal
He
though,
cannot.
but it's gonna be Insolence is gonna keep it at 60%, so they cannot go for this heal as we are gonna see Kang clutches it up for Team and Ian gets the 4K here.
Yeah, so honestly, like I feel like it's still anybody's game after the elimination, but the survivors did give us some free hits over there with the blink and then the 40 corruption down and them trying to healing each other and got busted. Because the thing with the Ivy is that you will want all three survivors scattered. Because like when they're scattered, then even though every man is on themselves, this makes sure that they will not get busted in one go and put in weird positions, which is what ends up happening. So definitely for HLT, their like purpose was a bit off, and their goals in trying was a bit off too. And one thing that I should tell each other is that like I do receive official information that from NTT is that coronate the 5th issue, and the empty ban just now was sort of a penalty for swapping hunters. So that is why we saw an empty ban. Is the penalty that they received for swapping hunters in such a short notice in instant.
I see. So, sorry, yeah, I'm coughing. All right. So, there's actually another really interesting thing. I feel like it has been a reoccurring theme that Gotchi's antiquarian is just not working. And I feel like I need to mention this because we saw it multiple times that Gotchi kind of failed to use his stick a lot more properly than we would have expected. But yeah, I also think it kind of costed them at some moments. For example, trying to use if the tree sticks on the basement was a lot better, there may have been a chance for Novice to stall a bit more time. We saw that he failed the flywheel there a while ago, which could have stalled more time. There were just a lot of minor mistakes, and we also saw this, I believe, yesterday or the other day, 2 days ago. So I do want to briefly mention that. And for HLT, now they are at the back pedal because not only are they at a point deficit, they actually played the two meta hunters, Goldman and Hullabaloo. And so now for NE, they could just ban Opera Singer and Ivy. Maybe they could ban Opera Singer slash Ivy and then another non meta pick that they may be expecting. But yeah, there's a bunch of bans here for Team NE to go for.
Yeah, like the other thing that we are seeing right now is currently no exit 7-2, and seeing because the Coronate Disciple pick might actually come and work for any as a team in total because like Disciple global ban is doesn't hurt. But as you mentioned, HLT losing both the Goldman and Hula Baloo, and seeing Opera Singer and Ivy are most likely to get banned. HLT, like it will be a real test on like how well is the HLT's character pool, seeing that the meta hunters are all going to be removed one or another, and for any side with the disciple, like this means that Ghostman would likely be still forced to get banned, or probably the hermit, seeing that I presume that NE is a hermit main, seeing that or rather
Yeah,
Kang
I'm
is hermit
guessing
main.
that is. Yeah, I'm guessing Kang is also a hermit maid because we did see, very surprising, we did see the hermit bat instead of a Goldman bat or instead of a Hullabaloo bat. So I do wonder for the side of NE whether they can keep up this lead because I am interested to see what their other hunters are. But considering that we did see Kang play the Ivy there, I mean that was a pretty solid Ivy we just saw from him. So again, for NE, this is a bit lax, but you cannot be caught off guard at just one mistake here, and all of a sudden you're giving HLT a chance to make a comeback.
Yeah, you know, because this did give me a bit of trauma because at last game, Team Gao actually almost defeated Write Your Story. They only need a one man, and they proceeded to pick like a triple decoding team com with Lucky Guy and got ran over by Dream Witch, and that gave me trauma too. After giving out a chance with that ban pick.
Yeah, so I again for HLT, they need to make this comeback right now because this is gonna end on the third round unless they force that overtime, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. There's OT here. And for NE, just play the time, man. You don't need to risk anything. As the survivors and the hunter, your goal is to potentially tie here, as we are gonna see round three, first half, Arms Factory here, for the both teams, as we are gonna see Kang on the hunter. He's gonna immediately ban this mechanic and knight.
Yup, getting rid of the mechanic because mechanic is actually counters Goldman Hula Baloo if Kang wants to play, and more or less the Hermit. So yup, no Hermit for Kang. HLT changed their strategy knowing that the Hunter has changed. And probably the next one, it depends on how is their research with Kang, because this one I genuinely have no clue. Opera singer, nope. So it does open the gate for Goldman and Hula Baloo if Kang has. I'm not sure if he does. But this night ban is actually very intriguing now we think about it, because I'm wondering what hunter hates opera or hates the night.
I mean, it's pretty difficult to properly say. I think this is more of a it's kind of a weirdish ban. I feel like there's just a lot of characters that would not want Knight, but wouldn't go out of their way to ban Knight. So I was very surprised when all of a sudden we see the Knight ban. Maybe this is more of just to stop a much more supportive rescuer coming out. From the side of Team HLT, we see NE potentially hovering around the coordinator ban, but instead focuses on the psychologist, which does make me believe to wonder if we've seen the Ivy, if we've seen the Hermit ban, is it possible that he's holding on another pressure character like for example, the Dream Witch potentially?
I mean, Dream Witch is possible because Dream Witch is the strongest. It's actually Arms Factory is one of the strongest maps for Dream Witch, seeing it being a small map and all, very easy to field control. But if it's a Dream Witch, I don't think he would ban the mech because Dream in contrary, Dream Witch loves the mechanic because you can easily chase her down and then also reach her and then get the bot at the same time. So, like, if it's a Dream Witch, this ban pick does not seem like it. And Bomber, Mech Knight, I don't know. I have a feeling it's going to be Bonbon just because the fact that this ban seems to be screaming Camping Hunter to me.
Yeah, we are gonna see, yeah, the female dancer and wildling pick. Oh my goodness, very anti-sculptor, very anti-camp as you've mentioned, because these two characters have ways to deal with um, characters that rely on. I mean, we do know female dancer's pretty decent against those characters like Bon Bon and Sculptor, and Wildling in general is a pretty solid rescuer on their end. So I do wonder. I think they picked more so this female dancer Wildling because they want to add additional support already to that novelist. They realize that in this scenario, they kind of need to try and go for the win to at least give themselves some leeway moving forward, or maybe to potentially not force the overtime anymore and just kill it off right here while NE's already or kill off NE's momentum. As it turns out, Naiad is going to be the hunter here for Kang.
Well, Naiad, I know why did the Knight get banned. Naiad throws the harpoon out. Now Naiad says, Knight, guess, am I going to be using the skill or the skill next?
I mean, hey, you don't know who would have been a Ripper either. I mean, you never know.
Ripper
But to
can
be
use
fair,
peepers.
I think, yeah, Naiad is worse because Ripper can at least bring peepers. Meanwhile, Naiad, I mean, you bring peepers, you're still getting predicted.
Yeah,
So, I mean, this makes a lot of sense. I
yeah,
believe Wildling doesn't get off for if he like takes
yes,
injured damage
yes,
with the
it does.
water.
It's
It just gets
internal
off.
damage. I can tell you that.
Oh,
It's
oh,
internal
okay.
damage, so that's
So
why he gets injured off the board.
actually, then in this case, I think this comp is weird. I mean, female dancer likes to loop kite with her boxes, but I mean, if this is an Naiad we're talking about, they're just gonna block off, for example, your factory, and all of a sudden, female dancer forced to rotate. instead. Now, female dancer does have the ability of pirouette to potentially try and transition away, if ever. Still not as good as you'd expect. Though we are seeing one common theme for this team is that they all brought the flywheel. So I'm not sure if they were anticipating this or not, because I mean, all flywheel tells me they kind of did, but this team composition, on the other hand, not so sure.
Yeah, but honestly, I would think that the key of this match is the novelist, because novelist, maybe I'm playing it wrong, but as a person who plays Knight, I do not like the novelist, because the thing with novelist is that he has the ability to swap from quite a distance, meaning that you can be trying to surround with the moisture circle, and then all of a sudden the novelist use metaphor and swap, and then all of a sudden when you're about to like close the moisture circle on them, he'll end up outside, and then the entire circle would be voided for Naiad. So Naiad actually does get countered by quite a bit by Novelist, especially also when rescuing, when he can swap, like metaphor swap from quite a distance, avoiding Naiad's camping. But we are in the game right now as the female dancer will be taking the first chase, have the music box here, so let's see. The female dancer will have to exit this because he's actually very high moisture level. In fact, he'll be taking damage, literally talking about in 20 seconds in the game. I think the female dancer there was not well aware enough of what he should be like, what he should be careful of against a knight, seeing how early he took the damage there, Nyashi.
Yeah, and now all of a sudden, female dancer is going to this area, but there's not really any resource to use here. There is a pally here tries to go for the mind game, but no, he's gonna go down. Hunter brought excitement, and it just turned on after the down. So this is looking amazing here for Kang, considering that they're already ahead in the lead. Not only that, Gaji is going to be pressured here, as we are going to see. I wonder if he's going to go into the board very soon. Kang is going to be throwing the harpoon now.
Nyashi, you don't go into the board.
I mean, who knows? Because I wonder if he does. We are going to see, I mean, Gaji is going to be getting like 60 suspicion, or sorry, not suspicion,
No,
60
that's moisture.
Water droplets.
Transit flying effect's gonna fail that he's forced to get on the board now, but that means that he cannot rescue. So this is going to be very bad because the survivors need to send someone in to panic rescue, but doesn't seem like it with the two of them still decoding. But the wildling now is gonna get pressured here, and seeing that the survivors were very far away, I'm not sure if they can even pull off this rescue.
Yeah, now Missouri is going to be trying to make his way, which is the acrobat. Wonder if he's going to use the balls. Seems as if he's just going to, like, go back here. He's like, yeah, no, I'm not going to try to go for the rescue. We are going to see Glucose is going to be healing up Ganjay, but seems as if Kang got that spidey sense because he's aware of what is happening here. Unfortunately for him, they're going to get the heal right on time. Then again, it is 4 ciphers remaining, so he's still very much in the lead.
Maybe it would have been better if he chose to continue to like commit on the acrobat than swapping like this, but it is the novelist we're talking about, and he does have excitement, so let's see. Oh, goes for the metaphor swap, and is able to swap himself out of the circle, but there is still considerable distance though, and Kang actually did not opt to, but tries to go for it, but this one, I was about to say this moisture circle is very little, but I guess it worked out, and with the novelist injured and now Kang having excitement here, this is going to be very hard to kite out. Kang must make his one flywheel count.
Yeah, we are going to see here he does have his second
flywheel
metaphor ready. He's going to go ahead and try to go for metaphor, but unfortunately, excitement for Kang there to stop him dead on his tracks. The good news for them, they have decoded 2 more ciphers, and one is primed. Unfortunately, though, they still need to finish one whole cipher and try to rescue this novelist, which is Godjay's mission right now.
1.5 ciphers, and actually Godjay already got busted with that moisture circle once again. Like this happened with Godjay when he failed the first fly, and this is gonna have potential happening again. She cannot get moisture circle popped over here. Fortunately, is able to pull off, and Hunter I think ends up hitting the oh no, they don't hit the chair, but just got the hit on the walling. So this is actually one good news amongst all the bad news. But the bad news so far is that literally there are lots of is that literally like the survivors you mentioned are still beyond behind in terms of ciphers.
And now Godjay's gonna try and stall more time by trying to harass, but I mean, this is Naiad we're talking about. He's just gonna put moisture all around here from the novelist. Ganji is now making his way here, but I mean, look at his suspicion 50, 60. He's gonna actually pick up. He doesn't even get the balloon rescue here, so Ganji will get off scot-free, but unfortunately, that second chair for novelist. Though, if we are seeing the ciphers here, I mean, one is primed, another at 40%. So, if anything, I mean, they're trying their best to rebound it back, and they might actually be able to do just that.
Yeah, but the thing is that remember, they're behind 7-2. This means that they must get a tie here to at least bring this into the next half. Like if you do not tie here, then it will be over. But hold on, Acrobat failing to fly away, affect that flywheels evades the hits, and actually, but the Wildling actually is going to come back in and goes for the blink here instantly. Kang is going to be like, you know what? I do not care. I do not care what tricks you have. You are done to me, because now that the board, like with this angle. Literally, go for the. Is able to get the balloon rescue. I thought that wouldn't have worked, so now he'll be forced to go after Gotcha here. Like I feel like it might have been better if Kang just wait this one out. Like Kang just literally stay and waited the Walling to get off the board rather than this, or to like surround a different moisture circle. But now Gotcha will be chaired, but the survivors now have some chance to like reset.
You know, we are going to see here a chance now for HLT to potentially force these ciphers, two ciphers remaining. Again, one is primed. Actually, I believe the one primed is Shakno, but we are going to see Acrobat is going to get 61 suspicion right off the bat, so he is warded off from this chair here, as we are going to see, I believe they're just going to have Glucose decode that cipher. They want to pop that cipher and then go to the prime one here.
Yeah, but I feel like here Kang is being overly cautious because he knows that like literally there's no reason for him to be that cautious, because if he's going to be like as cautious as he is now, the ciphers would be enough. Literally he should have just charged out and try and get the Acrobat, because now the ciphers are primed. This may be a whole different story.
Yeah, we are going to see here Acrobat going to try to go for the rescue here. Terror Shock, but that's going to be
a watch out!
save here. Gaje is going to try to go for the board, but unfortunately he's going to get warded off. And all of a sudden it's actually looking like a tie for the side of the survivors. No more TP to switch to. And we are going to see here Gaje's doing a good job to at least stall more time here. Though Novelist has not actually decoded the cipher, or sorry, the gate. He is going to start touching it though, and it does seem as if all of a sudden Kang might actually just get a tie here, because we are going to see no teleport here, and the gate's at 50%.
Yeah, so this will be a tie. It's just unfortunate on Kang's end, because literally he had no reason to literally like balloon that novelist in such a dangerous position. He could have just either surrounded the moisture circle or just waited another extra 3 seconds, and then he would have gotten the elimination and then subsequently the win. But he got too greedy or too hasty over there, and that ended up backfiring massively. So yeah, like, okay, so, but the good news though is that because it was only a tie, but, no, like, because it was a tie, now HLT does have the potential to get a format elimination and bring this into overtime. So, yeah, it was just unfortunate because Kang could have ended the game right there without HLT's Hunter having a different chance. HLT's Hunter without HLT's Hunter having a chance to show up. Nyashi? Wait, is he gone? Let me check.
I'm muted. Oh, whoops. Anyways, a chance here for HLT to try and make the comeback. They do need a 4K, which is still tall order for them, but not impossible here. For NE, even a single escape is going to be enough, so they should try to at least secure the tie or an escape one way or another.
Yeah, just the more I think it, like, as a 9-player player, it's just a bit painful because literally Kang was so close to ending the game, but he just gave up too many free chances with too hasty. And when he saw the survivors decoding the cipher, there was really no reason for him to be so cautious, because the ciphers were not enough. There's nothing stopping him. The moment Walling was about to go after half, he can just charge out towards the Acrobat, because if you're staying guard like that, then it's obvious the ciphers would be enough. So it's just very unfortunate on Kang's end Kang's end because his decision making in that game, like a couple of decision making errors, costed him the potential win. But they can still win if the survivors do manage a one-man escape, though. So let's see.
Yeah, I mean, it is Arms Factory. I wonder if this was a pick from No Exit, the map pick, because I mean, that definitely fits the Naiad. Unfortunately, John Doe, I will have to head out early, so thank you so much for having me on stream, for everyone. But yeah, this is gonna be my timeout. So once again, thank you, John. Thank you to the stream. I'm gonna head out though.
All right, thanks a lot, Niashi, for helping. Well, now I'm on my own. The thing is that I never really worked well on my own because I do not know what to say, and yeah, haha. Oh, yeah, I just feel like it was unfortunate because it could have ended right there. Alright, so right now for Team HFT, if they want a four-man, they need to have strong hunters. But I'll imagine the top four like being Sangria, like opera singer, being opera singer, the Shadow would be banned. Goldman and Hula Baloo are already in like the Goldman and Hula Baloo are already in the global bands. So Frost One, this will be like tapping in to see what character pool does Frost One here have remaining. Oh, Fear and Mac gets removed. Let's see. They do still have the psychologist. Oh, the Shadow and Dream Witch. I guess they know that Frost. I guess they know that Frost One is probably like good at field controlling hunters. That's why they got rid of the field controllers. So, they probably can pick the opera. No. I'm getting sleepy. What's that? The puppeteer to counter it. But never mind. I'm gonna go for the acrobat and forward. Forward acrobat. Okay. Well, the 4 is a risky character, and normally we don't see it in games where they only need a one-man. So maybe they're just so confident, or maybe this 4 is a pick to scare off any potential hunters that HLT have. No Explorer, huh? Guard 26 maybe? But Guard 26 doesn't ban the Seer. I'm trying to think what else does Frost 1 have? Oh, Toy Merchant, but Toy Merchant is not strong in this map. I feel like Psychologist would have been good over there because Psychologist to like use it as a protection towards the 4 because now Frost 1 can ban the Psycho if he wants. No female dancer. Let's see. I think in opera singer, like now they do have the psychologist. Like this is a solid team comp. They do have the psycho to back up the 4. I just really question the Toy Merchant pick. Like I heavily question the Toy Merchant pick because Toy Merchant is very weak in Arms Factory. Like there's near nothing to work with. All right. Talents. Let's see. No Dream Witch, no Shadow. opera singer. Oh yeah, guard 26. Yeah. In the end, I got that right. But the thing though, guard 26, there is the 4. The 4 can stun rescue, and that negates the guard 26's that negates the guard 26 main strength, which is camping. That's the thing, and guard 26 is not exactly a 4K hunter. So I'm not sure, because like, if this person is correct and he has the trump card, but that would make his early game significantly weak. And in order to be strong, guard 26 need the first down here. And the good news though is that literally all it takes is for a one-man elimination. All it takes is for a one-man elimination, like one-man escape, and then they'll win. So the pressure is more on Frost One, and literally if the first down occurs like literally like way too fast, what they can do is literally just sacrifice, sell, and goodbye everyone. Because the thing is that like guard 26, if the first down happens fast, they can just sell, and then Frost One will have to waste a lot of time to try and get the next survivor down. So unless the first survivor goes down in like record time, otherwise I really feel like this team comp will be very hard to get a 4-man with. But we do have 2 survivors with no borrowed time though. And Frost One probably brought trump card and detention, so let's see. Alright, Bon forward, psychologist. The psychologist will probably be taking the first kite, but fortunately, like, we have free flywheel effects, but flywheel is not that good against the guard 26. Borrowed time, broken windows is better here, and fortunately for them, broken windows is the one thing that the psychologist has. So this is fortunate for them. Anyways, we're going to be heading into the match between No Exit Survivor and HLT's Hunter with your caster Invisible Jung, and this might potentially be the last match. Alright, we're heading in the game. Frost One will be marching towards Fang Yuan here, who would not be using that pallet, so yeah, but here gonna loop for a bit, and we're gonna be heading into an instant pause straight away, just when I thought that the action is gonna begin. But the good news with how this is shaping up is that Fang Yuan can vault through, use the speed boost like broken windows, and make his way towards the other window, vault through it, and then try and just loop around and to get a hit. And like, take a hit and then just exit or stay in that factory entirely. Yeah, so for Bon, I think after he sees Fang Yuan vault, he would double back through, but Fang Yuan can just march, can use the speed boost to march in front, or he can wait for Bon to like inch closer towards her first before vaulting. Then the guard 26 will not make it back to the pallet there, and then Fang Yuan can just boost towards the other side of the window and then try and make it back in the pallet. So yeah, like, and the good thing is the psychologist would take some time to get down, and since the person that brought was Blink, meaning that the stun, if Ward does a stun rescue, it will be good because guard 26 can't necessarily counter it. So we're gonna be back into the game, so let's see what will happen. Frost One, oh, but Fang Yuan here chooses to run out in the open? Literally could have just vaulted through the window, but it seems that we are heading in another pause. It seems like there are ping issues throughout the game, but I'd imagine they would just have to continue and deal with it. So, if Fungan is shaping up to take the first kite, he can make it his way towards the pallet, drop the pallet down, and then go towards the right and vault through the window with a speed boost, and then try and make his way towards the pallets, which can probably kite out around 20 to 30 more seconds before a next hit, and depending on how many bombs Fungan take, it might get it down there. So, yeah, like I can see the fourth stun rescue acrobat. Yeah, and if the psychologist ends up going down too fast, they can just sell and pretend nothing happened too, so I feel like it's fine. Like, it'll be very hard for Frost One to get a 4-man out of this. Oh, alright, so, oh yeah, we're back in the game. Oh, there seems to be some issues. So I'd imagine they probably reset or something because the psychologist's movements did seem weird to me. So probably there were some ping issues. Let's see if NTT will notify me what happened. But yeah, like honestly, I feel like in theory the psychologist can kite Bonbon for at least 60 seconds, maybe 70 or 80 seconds in the factory over there with the help of speed boost through the window and stuff. So, and once even if it's a 60-second down, the survivor can even can choose a stun rescue or sacrifice, and regardless of what they do, by the time the psychologist gets eliminated, it will likely be a 3.5 cipher situation, or like 3 cipher, and it will be very easy for them to try and play for a 1-man there. So yeah, oh, there's like so many issues tonight. Anyway, yeah, there's just so many ping issues. I just wanted to like wait for the match. I just want to like continue, honestly, because like the first ping issue dragged us 20 to 30 more seconds. Dragged like almost delayed for 10 minutes, and this one delayed. Hopefully that they will manage to set this one up in a reasonable amount of time because it is getting late. And I actually don't know what to say on my own, too. Anyways, let's see. I kind of wish I know what they're chatting about so I can chat with them. It's kind of a bit hard on your own when you're lonely, ladies and gentlemen. Ugh. Well, I'd imagine currently we're waiting for them to reset the bracket. Oh yeah, there we have it. Probably will be the same bands again. Yeah, it's probably the same bands and all, so let's see what will No Exit be picking. And yeah, I'm getting a bit tired because it's kind of hot in my room and yeah. But back to that, I really just feel like it'll be very hard for Bon to get a 4-man in this team comp. Like, unless the survivor messes up or like the fort fails its stun rescue and all, I feel like it'll be kind of hard. Anyways, yeah, Hunter pick probably the same too. Yup, let's see, is he able to get the 4-man elimination that he needs to bring this game an extra round? And personally, I hope not, just because it is getting very late here and I'm getting exhausted, especially I'll be on my own. But I'm just saying it's my personal thoughts, but I would still definitely for Frost One, they would also want to do everything they want for that 4-man and just bring this game continue. Okay, so yeah, he'll probably be chasing the psychologist. And if the psychologist hand lagged there and kited the way I said they would, like loop outside, vault in, speed boost to the pallet, drop down, like speed boost to the window, drop down, and then pallet, vault through, increase gap again, then she may opt for at least a 60-70 second kite. And when that happens, there is a very possible chance for them to like play for tie or like a 1-man escape. But everything that I mentioned are all in theory, so or just all in theory yet. We won't know in the end, honestly. Anyways, we're heading in the match between Noah's Survivor versus HLT's Hunter with your caster Invisible John. Alright, heading in the match, Fang Yuan will be hanging out outside. Frost One here will be going double back and is able to trick some distance, so there's a possibility for the psychologist to take a normal hit here through the pallet. Let's see. Nope, very decent play. And oh, actually he does have confined space here, meaning that he has no trump card. And this time, does have blink, and this will be the second bomb in a single hit. Psychologist will be running back out to the open, but I think it would... Oh, there's a toy merchant's catapult, but they didn't utilize it. But I actually think it would have been better because if he just looped in the pallet, because So far, the psychologist can neither use his palette speed boost or his window speed boost too, and there goes it down. And we're talking about 50 seconds in the game. I felt like really he should have just focused. He should have just focused on playing around in the factory rather than just looping outside where there's nothing to work with. So let's see, gonna get chaired. Drop down, trying to bait the forward, like preventing the forward from stun rescue. Forward, gonna go for it now, but the remote bomb is gonna cut it off. So now the forward might not feel able to rescue, but fortunately is able to pull off the rescue. That's one good news amongst all the bad news, but that is in expense of like lots of health. So the psychologist would definitely want the rebound kite, but there goes the blink, and the psychologist not able to rebound kite, and she's actually running out in the open. You do not want to run out the open. You should just die at the corner because you're gonna disrupt the Fort Cipher as well. So all of a sudden, yeah, the remote bomb the Fort goes down too. So there is a chance for a 4-man elimination here. So yeah, because like the survivors are playing like made lots of mistakes because the psychologist running out end up disrupting every single survivor in the field with the forward, and as I said, she should have just died in the corner than doing this because she placed herself in a dangerous position. Acrobat will be coming in. Let's see can he pull this one off. He has to evade the bombs here. If able to evade the bombs, forward self heal up. Oh, but Acrobat end up taking chip and cannot rescue. Like, it would have been better just to sell over there because I feel like the survivors here completely do not know what they're supposed to do. From the psychologist running in the outside and just end up taking hit and failing to use any of her speed boosts, to the psychologist just dying right next to where the fort is, which is not what you want over there too. So yeah, fort can kite for a bit here. Let's see. Oh, swing through the pallet, and there have the down, and I feel like this will be a 4-man elimination. Because I feel like it'll be very hard for survivors to even try and play for a 1-man at this point. Well, I mean, they did pull off the rescue here, but Force Football is running awfully low. So, oh, yeah, with the baited flywheel, nope. There goes the down, and Ford will be on his second chair. And the survivors are still one cipher shy. I think it might be better if they just, like... it might be better if they just, like, not rescue at all. But right now, I don't know why is the Acrobat dashing in. Like, what is he trying to achieve over here? Because he cannot... There's no way he's gonna go make the rescue over there. So I don't know why did the Acrobat stop the cipher. Like, he could have just rushed that cipher and then have 2 survivors play for half a cipher, rather than just rushing in and stalling the cipher for no reason. I guess one thing I learned throughout this tournament is like never trust survivors. Never trust survivors when they only need a 1-man. Oh, but he teleports towards the wrong cipher though, so that does give a bit of chance of now the cipher that remains is the one that the Acrobat was decoding earlier, which was the one at the front gate. And if the toy merchant here can bring the hunter away from that cipher and last for a reasonable amount of time, then there's a possibility that the Acrobat can pop that cipher. But Frost One here, knows that cipher is the decoded one. That's why he turned around. And that's what I was saying earlier, is that Acrobat should not have left the cipher to try and prop Tinnitus for no reason. Because I think it should be the toy merchant the one giving Tinnitus, not the Acrobat. So toy merchant will be forced to start a cipher from anew. But hold on, Frost One is gonna turn back. It seems that Frost One is afraid that someone is gonna steal that cipher, but little did he know, no one was there. But the cipher are in a complete standstill right now. But this would be a 4-man though. So yeah, it seems like we're gonna be heading into extra time. But the 4 and the toy merchant meeting up and healing from a pretty long distance as Frostwind is kind of lost right now. So this does sort of give a bit of chance, but the teleport is about to get active, and teleport will be very crucial here. And when you see them healed up, Frost will probably have a general clue of which direction they are, seeing that he's looking the right direction. And but let's see which one does he find. If it's the toy merchant, then it's okay. It's not too bad, but if the acrobat is bad for the survivors, seeing that the acrobat has no more exit path, but lost tinnitus, and now Chang Yu will be making it to Cypher, and Tank here would get spotted, which is not good, but Frost One does not seem to have a clue on which direction the acrobat went, and this is buying quite an amount of time. But Frost One can't exactly teleport, because if he teleports, then Tank here would just make a mad dash towards the Cypher too. So as long as Tank can last for a reasonable amount of time, there is a possibility for them to play for a one-man, seeing that Frost One has no detention. So let's see. Acro Mud Bomb, yep, Mud Bomb trick. Slow down. Can you evade this bomb? No. 86, 87. Actually, the Cyphers are about to be primed though, so there might be a chance for a one-man fly will affect that, but because there's no borrow time, they should just pop it straight away, which they are, and now it's revealed the fact that Frost One has no detention. So now I think this is actually back in position to try and play for one man, but Acrobat here must last until the toy merchant makes it out of the gate, and he has to be very careful here. He has no self-heal. If he goes down, then this will still be a form elimination, as Changyu is going to get teleported onto. Yeah, like, it's clear this would be overtime, so yeah, this is shaping up to be a very long game for the night. Yeah, I apologize, I'm getting very tired, and I was hoping, like, literally before this game, I was hoping not to be overtime because of all the, like, 10 minutes pauses and all. It's getting very tiring on my own, but yep, that will be a format elimination, and we will hit in overtime once again. Yeah. Let's see. I mean, probably the acrobat could played with the pallets there. Yeah, I'm getting very sleepy here. It's 12 p.m. and the match is still not over, and I'm getting very sleepy. Well, let's see if anyone is in the chat right now. Is Joe a competitive IDV coach? I feel like your name is familiar, lol. Well, I guess you can say so because... Yeah, hello there. I guess you can say so because the thing is I actually do coach for an NAEU team called Yummy Hash Browns. So, if any one of you are in the NAEU scene, you might see my name popping up before. Yeah, like, I'm currently coaching for them, so yeah. Literally, it's 12 a.m. I want to sleep. Yeah, but seeing as extra time, I think anything can happen here. And, I mean, we'll probably not see Hermit more because with global bans and all. You know, like, this is going to be the hardest night for me because I'm on my own right now. It's 12 a.m. I want to sleep. I have not had dinner. And there's still a whole round waiting, at least 1 hour waiting for me. It's just kind of unfortunate that tonight was also the night where there were lots of technical issues that caused delays for 10 minutes each time. Ay, ay, ay. I think the other thing to note is that seeing that this is very late for all the GMT plus 8 time zone players, let's see how are they playing at 12 a.m. As honestly, I am very exhausted right now. Alright, we're heading in overtime, which will be the second to last round no matter what. Yeah, I apologize. I'm not speaking. I'm honestly snoozing. I'm honestly literally drowsing right now because I did not. No Mac, no Embalmer, no Priestess. Magician and First Officer are gone. No Prospector as well, I guess it's Stunning Hunters, like Disciple maybe? Because Disciple does not like... Disciple doesn't make sense over here. Oh, nice. I hope you get paid. You sound so sleepy. Nah, I think you should go eat dinner. Yeah, yeah. Will I get paid? I'll probably get paid. Yeah, no. Thanks for the comment and knowing that someone is in the chat. It does make me a bit like energy bank. Yeah, I am a little bit sleepy, admittingly, And also the fact that I'm on my own right now that doesn't exactly help. Like, it would be better if I have someone to ping pong and chat around with. But since I'm on my own and I have a chat on my own, and it's like 12 a.m., this is like literally all the bad things adding on together. Anyways, okay, moving on. Okay, I, I'm less, I'm less sleepy now. Magician, first officer, fire investigator, lucky guy. The lucky guy is probably to play like 0.5 mechanic, and to use the bot to decode faster. Because in overtime, actually, in overtime, time also matters. Oh, what the what? What? Is it just me or... Oh, okay, there's more technical difficulties. I was about to say, what in hell, Ember? Yeah, there's tonight is literally technical difficulties night. Considering that this is I think the third or the fourth technical difficulty we had in the middle of a match. So yeah, let's wait for it to be resolved. Like, we did see Evil Reptilian get flashed over for a split second, and I was like surprised, but Evil Reptilian does make sense because makes sense in this map because Evil Reptilian is arguably the strongest in Red Church. At least that's what I heard from Chinese casters, even though I do not know. But if Hell Emperor is actual selection, if Hell Emperor is the actual selection, then this might be a huge issue here. Hold on, is it really Hell Emperor? Please. Okay. It is going to be the Hell Emperor, unless this is a mistake and they need to like swap or something. Unless like this is a mistake and all. Yeah, it's a mistake. Alright, so this is our third. I forgot if it's a third or a fourth reset of the night. So, let's see. If it's going to be the Evil Reptilian. If it's going to be the Evil Reptilian, then it's going to be interesting to see. Evil Reptilian is strong at Red Church because I guess there are lots of decent jump spots, and it being a small map and all. That's how I thought there was a female caster with you. Well, there was actually, but she had to go because she needed to wake up early in the... She had to wake up early, so she had to go. I like your analysis more. I feel like the Viet casters are less intricate. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Megan's foot. This makes me feel happier and like more energy knowing that someone is there supporting me. Thank you a lot. I appreciate it a lot. I appreciate all my viewers a lot, and I appreciate you for sticking by. Yeah, but yeah, that Hell Emperor is probably a mistake or something. So. Yeah, I think someone's device had issues there. Anyways, currently we'll probably wait for a restart, but if it's the Evil Reptilian's magician. I'm trying to think, because how the Evil Reptilian works is that if you see someone trying to slam a pallet, you can instantly jump over them and then drop down and get a hit on them before their pallet slam animation ends. So in theory, he can chase anyone and to try and, you know, like, get free chances or something. But yeah, tonight possibly will break the record of the longest stream for this too. Let's see. Evil Reptilian jump over. But yeah, the Magician illusion does work because he can literally use that to block off like the areas. And so let's see what else. Fire Investigator actually also works against the Evil Reptilian because the airbags also block, and if the Evil Reptilian jumps over it, then he can instantly use the speed boost to boost away. So I just feel like if that Evil Reptilian that they flashed earlier is real, like if the Evil Reptilian flash is real, it'll have a hard time. I'm beginning to think this is an ad for Gear Up Booster. Probably. Seeing the amount of technical issues we're having in one night. Because I think this is the third time we're forced to reset a lobby. But yeah, like over time it's Red Church. Like honestly, like what I like about this meta is that this is no longer the meta where you must pick a hunter first. It's the meta where you can pick multiple survivors first. And you, thank goodness I am now back awake. Yeah, the amount of technical issues make me think that we're back in, yay. Hopefully we would not have any more technical issues. Let's see. I'm just wondering if the evil reptilian was real, because if the evil reptilian just now was real, it's going to be a very hard team comp. But if it's not real though, then what can it be? Because investigator Disciple's gone too. And I saw that there was no Dream Witch and no opera singer. Oh wow, and more people back here. So this is literally like going to be a long stream night. And I literally have to get something to eat after this before, and now I have to head to bed because I got work tomorrow. Yeah, I'll probably have something to. I'll probably grab a sandwich or something. Like I know there's food at home, thankfully. Oh wait, did someone join my call here? Let me check. Was that my call or oh no, that was not my call. Yeah, that was not my call. Probably something is going on behind the scenes over here. Well, hopefully everyone is in. Hopefully the game will begin, and this will happen for real. Alright, so no Opera, no Dream Witch, no Hermit, no Dragon Hunters, like Time Dragon Hunters, I would think. So I would assume the HLT will be sticking with the same Survivor team comp. It's just the Hunter. It's just for the Hunter. Would it actually be the Evil Reptilian? I mean, we. Oh yeah, there's no Naya to use too. And we haven't seen Goatman or Hula Baloo being played over here. So maybe it would be one of them, I assume. Fire Investigator. Like no, there's no Disciple Wax Artist or Evil Reptilian. Like yeah, I did see the Evil Reptilian earlier. Maybe this. No, this I will know Naya Geisha. But yeah, lucky guy. So yeah, let's see if Kang's trait is real. Yeah, I don't know what I'm saying anymore. Wait. That's what happens when you're casting at 12 a.m. I'm surprised Gotcha is coming back into the competitive scene as a survivor and not Hunter. He is extremely popular Hunter in SEA. Yeah, I do wonder if he is gonna be back in the competitive though, because I think this is probably one of those tournaments where he plays for fun or something. Oh, the evil reptilian is real though, so. But as I noted just now, I feel like the evil reptilian against this team comp will have a massive issue seeing the magician and the fire investigator can counter it some way. And Lucky Guy does have flare gun to use. So, let's see though. Evil Reptilian, God J. Lucky Guy will take the first kite, but one thing to note is that God J did not, like, some of his 5 effects today he failed to use in time, so here's where he must make it count. Because he will be taking the first kite being the only whiteboard and all. Okay, so Evil Reptilian will have to. Lucky Guy. I mean, he does have a flower effect and broken windows to work with. So that's something. Yeah, do not know what I'm saying anymore, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, we're gonna be heading into HLT Survivor for the No Access Hunter with your caster Invisible Joan. Ooh, that's a cool skin. So God J is going to be taking the kite here, looping around the shack over there. paused for a bit, did not want to like get red light trick. Kind of hot on his tails, but here I don't think here he can literally just jump out. Oh, I thought he would jump out the window rather. Oh, going for a reverse jump, and the gap is going to be close, but still safe enough to vault through. So currently, Evil Reptilian can't really find a good opportunity, and because he does not have confined space, Godjay can literally go merry-go-round, and the fact that he has a pocket watch now means that Kang won't exactly know which direction the HLT Godjay went to, so now he's pausing, maybe potentially switching targets. But if the first office... No, it's not the first officer. If the fire investigator in the center who can use his airbags to block up the exit over there, which he did, but he did not use the speed boost, so he's still in relatively dangerous spot. Oh, drop down hit, beautiful flywheel there, just to last more time, and with the help of an airbag, goes for the blink hit. But now Evil Reptilian can use the speed boost from the airbag, but the Evil Reptilian can jump over it. Oh, let's see. Oh, nice dodge from Missouri over there, cutting some time. And you can run back to the airbag to potentially... Oh, nope. Oh, now he can reuse the airbag. But... the Evil Reptilian can jump. But the thing though is that he did not aim it correctly. So now we're literally talking about 3 ciphers in the game. And Fire Investigator is still alive and running and still can have resources, have paths to play with. And a beautiful stun there. Unfortunately still goes down, but... this is definitely already setting up for a potential 3-man escape. Because it's already over 3.5 ciphers. This team feels like a draw. Yeah, but this now looks like a free escape if you ask me. Unless Kang can get the farm, like the camp off the fire investigate. Rather the first officer, but it will be hard considering there's the Poseidon watch, and with the help of like the first officer's trait, the rescue will happen regardless. So I feel like a free escape seems inevitable because the last cipher is the 1/2 cipher. Is going to probably be completed back by the first officer, maybe. Yeah, first officer touched it, and now even the lucky guy is here, so yeah, it's going to be a free escape and potentially a 4 escape. Oh, lucky guy. Just look at this harassing and making sure that Kang cannot jump. Kang got grounded right now. So Kang that is going to go back to disrupt the cipher at the center to just drag for more time. Yeah, so now Godjay will get chased here and gonna go down, but the thing is that this does open the gate. Oh, flare gun. But that does open the gate for the survivors to rush the cipher at the center, which is exactly what happens. But Lucky Guy is the only one without borrowed time, and I think, and does Kang know? If Kang knows, he can still target the Lucky Guy and try to play for a tie here, abusing the fact that there's no borrowed time. But if he's gonna go back and disrupt the cipher at the center, but oh, now he knows. But the magician does have wands, but hold on, there's still blink, blink, blink. Yup, blink down, go back and share the Lucky Guy, and this might be a tie. Like, this might be a tie. But the thing though is that the first officer and investigator are still outside, so they can still try and do something if they want. But they have to be very careful in where they position themselves. They don't want to be too close to die, but too far to do potential saves at the same time. But now Kang here is actually going to rush through the gate. I don't think that's the best decision here, because that does open the door for everyone to get saved. I think he should have patrolled around instead, as now, the more this game goes through, the more it seems like a free escape is inevitable. Because there's no more teleport. Lucky Guy goes down here. And let's see. Yeah, Glucose will be popping the gate, so it will be... The question would be if the first officer can make it though. Because first officer is sort of in a bad spot where he has to stay behind. And oh, tinnitus, does he know? Oh, he saw the blood trails. Hold on, this might not be... Yeah, no, he saw the blood trails. I don't know where he's going. The blood trails was on the left side. He's going in the wrong direction. So yeah, this... Now, there's only like 25 seconds before detention ends. So unless the first officer gets found in record time, this does seem to be a free escaping game. So with that, yeah, congratulations to Team HLT for free escaping in 5 minutes and 50 seconds. So the pressure is on any survivors to do the same in a faster amount of time. Oh, yes, yeah, sorry. I literally almost dozed off. Yep, this team ended up not being a draw but free escape. So now any must do the same to return a free escape faster. But yeah, I think we actually seen No Exit did that before. They also must free escape in a faster time and they pulled it off before. They did it once, let's see if they can do it again. But seeing how HLT dominated over No Exit in the rounds just now, any survivor would definitely have to step their game up for certain. Let's see. But like okay, let's think about this. They need to free escape faster. That means for HLT they can choose the more like dragon hunters or tie hunters. Anyways, let's see. For No Exit, they probably need either cyber decoders or just like a strong team like that. And I wonder, does HLT still have like good hunters in their character pool? Because for No Exit, for characters now, it seems that it genuinely seems that HLT and the E ran out of hunter picks. For HLT, I think they still have maybe, let's see. BO3 is such a good test of how deep is your character pool. Oh no, looks like Annie's gonna lose. I mean, in paper terms, it does look like. If we're talking statistically and in overall vibe feeling, yes. But that's just the overall vibe feeling. Because we actually did see the No Exit manage to like clutch it before. They needed to free escape in like fast and they did it. So let's see what that happened here as No Seer, No Fire Investigator and Novelist. Any survivor are quite fragile and not as stable as HLT, so it's kind of worrying. I wish them the best. They're underdog team. I mean, I'm not sure about fragile, but they did make some decision errors, like especially at that last game over there when we see their kiting routes were kind of off, that they end up disrupting each other. And even the Psychologist's kiting route was odd too in that game. So yeah, maybe get rid of Dream Witch as well, because Disciple. No time, but that does open the gate for Frost One's Dream Witch. A magician, female dancer. Would probably own. They probably want another strong kiter. Like, oh, there's no investigator. Aeroplanist works. Okay, last one is. Last one we have Gravekeeper. Probably they need a rescuer. Maybe like is First Officer gone? No, still here. Oh, Batter? I guess they want the free escape, but Batter is like a fighting support, and this would slow down the coding progress though. So, because the thing with Batter is that, yes, Batter can harass and is good for normal free escaping games, but he also does slow down decoding progress. And in this game, where they must get like a free escape, like in like a fast period of time, in like a faster period of time, like the thing is that since Batter slows down, like if Team Any enters a situation where they need to have the Batter to assist, it'll more than likely be a longer time. But Wax Artist would get selected here, but the issue with Wax Artist with this team com is Wax Artist is it's actually kind of weak against this team com. Female Dancer slowdown means that Wax Artist will be harder to fire Wax. Batter knocks the Wax Artist backwards, meaning that the Wax Artist cannot get close. And Postman slows down as well. Wax Artist does not like someone who speed boosts them, and also does not like getting slowed down. And this is exactly what's going to be happening here. Yeah, I'm literally yawning right now. I hope they can win. Well, yeah, just here in the chat, and maybe they can pull a miracle. Because, like, I feel like free escaping Wax Artist with this team comp is entirely possible. It's just the question of if they can do it in a faster time. But Wax Artists also have the equal chance to tie. As I said, I can see this go either way. I feel like free escaping is possible, but tying backwards is also possible. Finally. Well, someone likes better. Yeah. Here, Postman would be likely taking the first kite. Postman is likely taking the first kite here, though. So let's see how long can this Postman last. Alright, we're gonna enter the match between Noix as Survivor against HLT's Hunter with your caster Invisible Joan, and this will finally be the last game of the night. Confirmed. Alright, Frostwind will be marching his way towards Fangyuan's Postman. So it will really be dependent on how long can this Postman kite this one out, seeing that the Postman can kite this one out though, so we do see that he's looping around. Frostwind trying to do a reverse trick, red light trick, able to trick a bit of distance, and already got quite some wax onto the Postman. So the Postman here just looping around, just wanting to like make use of the high walls here, but he's dangerously high up in wax, 68 already, and he cannot really increase the gap between him and the Hunter effectively. So there's a chance that he's gonna get heavy wax. It's gonna hit 100 wax, and we'll be taking the first hit here shortly before Blink. Though 50 seconds, he did last a decent amount of time. Let's see how long can he last more, because Blink will be in play soon, so he has to be very careful in not giving out any Blink distance here. Oh, there goes the dog. Misses it though. So yeah, now he has no flower effect. He will be stunned and taking it down. Two ciphers. Two ciphers is not enough if they want a free man unless they have the batter to come and assist. But just notice that this team comp does not have any borrowed time, and given that Wax Artist's Wax can use to block off Cypher and to stall, I feel like this will be very hard for any survivor to come back from. Yeah, because with no one having borrowed time, this is going to be a huge issue. And Wax, and the batter was not on standby just now. He could have tried to standby knock and like balloon harass, but instead played it safe. But I guess now is not. Now is not the time for them to play safe. In fact, now is the time for them to like go all in, because they must free escape, and the Postman's next chair would be the last one. So the batter has to go all out to block. Yeah, there is a dog here, but it's already a full presence Wax Artist that does have hot wax to use. And once having hot wax, Wax Artist is very terrifying. Ooh, nice flyo there. But the thing is that there's still a lot of ground for the Postman, for the survivor to cover, seeing that the Postman will be sent back to the manor, and they need to get all three survivors out of the game in like 2.5 minutes. But the issue is getting all three survivors out. Going to be very hard though. Oh, Magician's Wand. Tries to fly will affect that, not being able to. Hot Wax gonna come in play and misses the swing though, so now the Magician still has some illusion to kite this one out till endgame, but yeah, like he's doing a good kite, but he has to kite his way towards the dungeon, which is at the other side of the map. And this is a wax artist who has the ability to like, who did have the potential to like do a hot wax knockdown, which they did not go. So let's see, can Tank make this his last illusion count? Oh, make a run for it though. But with all 3 survivors scattered like this, oh, changes to the Batcher because Batcher actually has no more balls to use. But now he's actually trying to go back, but no one's there. Literally, his best thing is to literally just find a target and commit, and not to like do this and do that and do nothing in the end. Yeah, like he does have a straight line of sight on the batter here. Batter, no, he did not pick up any balls, and he does have a flywheel effect, but fails to flywheel it, so that would be a down. And I think it's almost game for NE, considering that they must free escape within 30 seconds now. Which, yeah, no. There's no way possible, so this will be a congratulations to Team HLT for managing the win against Team NE after an intense 4-game battle. But yeah, they're still not leaving, and yeah. They lost already. Even if they free escape at this point of time, they lost. Yup, there goes the down on the batter. And yeah, the Magician will probably exit through the gate. And this is going to be congratulations to Team HLT. Oh, they're still not leaving. They probably want to take a tie from this. Yeah, my energy is completely depleted because it's 12 a.m. It's about to be 1 a.m. literally. And I just want to go to sleep. Yeah, congratulations to Team HLT for winning. Amazing performance from their hunters, saving them for, like twice, I'll say. Yeah, did I save them twice? Yeah, so congratulations. Yeah, I apologize, I'm very low on energy. Because this literally lasted like way longer than I thought it would be. And I literally did not have the time to eat dinner, and it's like 1 a.m. So yeah, HLT's Hunter definitely performed very well. And their Survivor rising towards the end and giving a free escape there was also pretty detrimental if you ask me. Oh, I'm just literally tidying my room to prepare to go for bed because I did not have time. Oops. Yeah, there goes the statistics, and yeah, that's it. It probably should be over soon, hopefully. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm just tidying my room right now as we speak because it's literally about to pass my bedtime. Haha. Okay, let's see. Anything ongoing in the chat? Better miss no good night. Yeah, it's sort of good night. No excess logo sick. Yup, they are. But yeah, unfortunately, it's the end of the line for them as HLT defeated them once again. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna go to bed after this. I'll grab some food quick and go to bed. Because I need to work tomorrow, haha. But hey, I mean, we did get to see some pretty good matches. It's just kind of unfortunate for me that it ended up happening to overtime on this day. Well, yeah, I think that wraps up all the matches for today. That should wrap up all the matches for today, at least, I believe. Figured out. Yep, there we have it. WYS633555 wins against Gao. HLT 44277262 wins against NE. So we have WYS versus HLT in the semifinals. And we still have a half of the quarterfinals to deal with. Friday, which I would not be able to. So yeah, we'll figure out how that one goes. But yeah, we have Sky versus PPD and FCMN versus WG in the next match day, which I'm not sure when it is. Like for my stream, because I'm telling you now that I cannot stream on Friday as I already had plans on that day before the schedule change. So yeah. Anyways, hope y'all enjoy. I'll just wait for them to sign off, then I'll sign off too. Let's see. Alright then, let's just wait for the stream to end. That's just the only thing I'll say. Yeah, I'm very tired, so yeah. Alright, I'll sign off soon. And everyone in the chat, also please remember to have a good night's sleep. Remember to have a good night's sleep and rest well, seeing that we've been through this long tournament for today. Rest well and just stay safe, everyone. Let's see. Well, hopefully they end soon. Yeah, like we still have more matches this Friday, make sure to check out their stream. I won't be streaming live on Friday. I can tell you this first. I can tell you that I will not be streaming live this Friday. So check their stream and I'll see if I can restream it to everyone. Come on. I'm not sure what they're still chatting around because I'm pretty sure everything should be ending. But let's see.